You may be seated. Good morning. Sanbonani. Bonjour. Jambo. Ekaro. Oh, I thought we were with vibrant UJ student. Eta? Hola. Let's start again. Good morning. Sanbonani. Jambo. Bonjour. Ekaro. Dumelang. Awesome. My name is Lebogang Ayobiojo from the University of Johannesburg, and I'll be your program director for the African Union Model Simulation Summit. This is actually a historical moment for the African Union Summit, as it is being held or hosted for the first time in South Africa, and where else than the University of Johannesburg. May we please give ourselves a round of applause. Before we begin with the activities of the program, I would like to recognize and acknowledge among our midst our one and only Dr. Nolita Vukuza, who is our functionary acting Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg. Let's give her a round of applause. His Excellency Ambassador David Claude Pierre, who is the permanent representative of the African Union South African Regional Office. May we please give him a warm round of applause. And also in absentia, as he's in transit, His Excellency Honorable Fortune Charumbira, who is the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Again, we have His Excellency Mr. Ibrahima Sheikh Diong. He is the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director General of Africa Risk Capacity. We also have His Excellency Mamadou Biteya, Executive Secretary from the African Capacity Building Foundation. In our midst again, we have Madame Bisanga Loveline Ewang, who is the Minister Counselor and Charge d'Affaires, acting in the Higher Commission of the Republic of Cameroon in South Africa. And again, to our esteemed partners, Advocate Dr. Vasu Gauden, the founder and executive director of African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes. From the African Peer Review Mechanism Office, we have Mr. Elaine Onisime Ndibiten. We also have Mr. Emmanuel Desalanga, the program manager from the Freidrich Ebert Stiftung African Union Corporation. He is also with Mr. Sebastian Spetting, a resident representative of the FES South Africa office, and Alexandra Gigia, director of the FES AU Corporation office in Ethiopia. We also want to acknowledge our very own Vice Dean from the Faculty of Humanities, who is representing Professor Camila Naidu. Let's give Prof a round of applause. Lastly, to our strategic partners of the University of Johannesburg, staff and colleagues who are present here, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. In this session, I would like you to join me. May we please rise as we are about to sing the South African National Anthem and the African Union Anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice on earth. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and toil together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, divine and hope and break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
You may all be seated. Now, before I introduce Dr. Nolita Vukuza, our functionary acting Vice-Chancellor, I just wanted you, as your young and vibrant African leaders, to know this hashtags. Isn't it we're in the 4th Industrial Revolution? So let's make today trend as it was trending across the week. Our hashtag for today is AfCFTA Model AU Summit. And the second hashtag is AU Model Summit UJ. I'll repeat, AfCFTA Model AU Summit. The second one is AU Model Summit UJ. Ladies and gentlemen, now I want to welcome Dr. Nolita Vukuza, as I indicated, our functionary acting Vice-Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, for the official opening remarks. May we please give her a warm round of applause. Over to you, Doctor.
Sanibonani. Sanbonani. His Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Honorable Chief Fortune Charumbira, His Excellency Ambassador Mr. David Claude Pierre, Permanent Representative of African Union Southern Africa Regional Office, SADC and COMESA, His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Cheikh Diong, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director General of Africa Risk Capacity, His Excellency Executive Secretary, the African Capacity Building Foundation, Mr. Mamadou Biteye, His Excellency Professor A.D. Maloka, CEO African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, Madame Bisanga Lovelane Iwang, Minister, Councillor, and Chargé d'Affaires, representing the High Commissioner of Cameroon to South Africa, and Dean of Africa Group of Ambassadors. AU Special Envoy for Youth, Ms. Chido Mpemba, our esteemed partners, Dr. Vasu Golden, Founder and Executive Director of Accord, and Emmanuel Dessalin, from the Freidrich Ebert Stiftung, Africa Union Cooperation Office, distinguished guests, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, the representative prof, leadership, staff, and students of the University of Johannesburg, all protocol observed. On behalf of the Management Executive Committee, I have the pleasure of welcoming you all in this official opening event. Your Excellencies, this Model African Union Summit could not have happened at a better time at UJ, as it is our harvest period, our graduation season. Currently, we have 45 scheduled graduation ceremonies, with a total of 10,443 newly minted graduates crossing our stage as graduates, and that is only for the period February to May. We have one more to go for the rest of the year. This of course has implications for the continent. I know that these graduations happen the continent over. What it means, therefore, is that there is human and skills resource capacity in Africa if we follow much of this, which is happening in every single university in the continent. All of these activities lend themselves beautifully to the objective of the Model Africa Union Summit, which seeks to promote Africa's growth and economic development by championing citizen inclusion and increased cooperation and integration of African states. My particular excitement, Professor Nzenze, is the inclusion of university students, the youth, by providing through this summit the opportunity to understand and interact with the role, with the structure and activities of the AU, as AU is the highest form of delegation in the continent. I must also confess my own excitement when I was deployed to this event by the Vice Chancellor. I could not help but experience waves of deja vu when every year from 1998 to 2006, on behalf of a South African company, I led a delegation of students to the United Nations in New York for the South African Model United Nations debating conferences. These debates were premised on the principle and format of the UN General Assembly debate, with a focus on the United Nations global issues, international relations, and human rights issues at the time. The conferences were first held in 1995 as part of the United Nations 50th anniversary celebrations. The 1995 group of debaters, which I led, accompanied former President Mandela on his trip to New York to the UN celebrations. What, therefore, I'm saying is that this is not a joke. It lends itself into the biggest and widest corridors of the world. Over 500 South African high schools from diverse backgrounds from all 9 provinces of South Africa participated in this program on an annual basis. I am reliably told that this is the case with this summit. This year's theme for the Model AU Summit, being the African Continent Free Trade Agreement, is of particular significance, as apart from aiming to progressively eliminate tariffs on intra-trade, which will make it easier for African business to trade within the continent, it will also provide an opportunity for young people to accelerate Africa's industrialization and economic transformation. Therefore, this summit, in conjunction with some of the agenda items of the 2063 International Model AU Conference, has been a platform for identifying, confronting, and remedying socio-economic and political plagues that hinder the development of youth in Africa. Therefore, this platform and those with a similar mandate strategically pursue the objectives of the African Union, the African Union Commission, Agenda 2063, and the Youth Charter. So your participation in this platform has demonstrated our dedication towards the attainment of the Pan-African vision of, I quote, an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. I'm happy that it's similarly with the vision of this university, which seeks to dynamically change the future. And so to the students here present, as this might be the first time that you are experiencing this, we hope that this platform will enable you as participants to understand and further gain diplomatic leadership, lobbying, and international relations experience as future international relations specialists and transformation leaders. I had the pleasure, I told you about the UN model debate, I had the pleasure of tracking at least 3 of the UN model debaters. One of them had to say, because I wanted to carry the message to you, she had this to say: the UN model debate sparked an insatiable curiosity to learn more about the world and its people. This has undoubtedly gone on to serve me in a world where the rate of change outpaces how others want to understand the world. This means I dare to try change the world from my position because of the skills and experiences brought to me through being a model UN delegate. What a gift, what an adventure, close quote. You will be wanting to know that Nwabi Samakungo today is a strategic partnerships director at the Branson Center of Entrepreneurship in Africa, and she contributes this entirely to this kind of debate. The other luminary that comes from the similar debate is Abdullah Verashia from Mpumalanga, who also participated in the Model UN debate, and also he has got to say a lot about how this shaped his career. Today, Abdullah is a global future strategist. Model debate. I thought you would clap. Thank you. Undoubtedly, I see the countries here. Undoubtedly, the countries and issues that you will be debating against or for will be born in you, and that you will carry those throughout your life. And you will carry them into being strategists, diplomats, activists, and for those issues that you would have stood for today. I see there's Cape Verde, there's Benin, there's Cameroon, there's Angola, and everything. And I don't see South Africa, I don't see Malawi. Is there Malawi in the house, Ambassador? Oh yes, you have. Yes. In the words of Nelson Mandela, as I conclude, I quote, "Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great," close quote. You can be that generation. I hope that you leave here embodying the spirit of wanting a better Africa for yourselves, the next generation and the next generation. Now, the one thing I must leave you with, in addition to the issues that you are going to be debating, is to undertake to know the anthem of the AU. I noticed that we were mumbling, Ambassador, and I think that that is the challenge, that everybody who's participating in these debates must be able to sing that African national anthem. Of calling upon His Excellency Ambassador Pierre to address us. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nolita Bukasa, Senior Executive Director in the Office of the Vice Chancellor, Your Excellency Honorable Fortune Charumbira, the President of Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellency Ibrahima Sheikh Diong, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director General of African Risk Capacity, Professor Eddie Maloka, CEO of APRM, your heads of diplomatic community in South Africa, heads of government agencies and public bodies, heads of non-governmental organizations, the academia, media houses, and the civil society organizations, colleagues from African Union present, and our esteemed delegates, students representing member states of the African Union. Sani Bunani, good morning. Ambassador David Pierre, born in the Seychelles, work for the African Union and residing in Malawi. You know, I feel blessed to have been born with dual citizenship, a Seychellois and an African. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my distinct honor as a head of mission of AU-SARO to wish all of you a warm welcome to the African Union Model Summit 2023. Your presence here today, for which I'm so grateful and delighted, is testimony to the great importance the African Union places on youth empowerment in our continent. The objective of this simulation exercise is to train students on the proceedings of the AU Summit and to offer a unique opportunity for students to study and familiarize themselves with the African Union. The model AU training is delivered through the African Union Youth Empowerment and Development Toolbox generated by the Youth Division of Women, Gender and Youth Directorate. But before I proceed, let me tell you that the AU-SARO is a representational office of the African Union based in Lilongwe and has, as part of its mandate, the responsibility to build constructive and positive relationships with member states in the SADC region and to popularize AU programs and Agenda 2063 in all 16 SADC countries. Now, if I ask you, what is African Union? You would all be able to tell me because you have been receiving trainings from the Model Summit, from dedicated staff of the Union, dedicated Africans, I may tell you. So you know all about the African Union. But if I ask you another question, what is Agenda 2063? I would be curious to know, by a show of hands, how many of you are really cognizant of such an important document relating to the future of Africa, which in essence is your own future. The future of Africa is your future. Who put together this magnificent blueprint, which is in actual fact the master plan for transforming Africa into a future global powerhouse known as the Africa we all want? My dear students, the answers to the questions above are very important for you to have a long and hard reflection on them. Agenda 2063 was constructed mainly by Africans, for Africa and its citizens. So who own Agenda 2063? Clearly, Africa and Africans. Who is therefore expected to deliver on Agenda 2063? Of course, Africans. Indeed, our hope for this future global powerhouse lies on you. Young and intelligent as you are, you carry the hope of Africa that all Africans want. The continent depends on its youth to transform Africa into an integrated, prosperous, peaceful continent driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Now, don't ever allow anyone to lead you to believe that the dream of such an Africa is an impossible dream. Don't ever do that. As a continent, we have all the ingredients to make this dream happen. And let me spell it out for you. We have all the beauty that the world envies. Just look at the beautiful people of Africa. Look at the environment all over the continent. So many wonders of this planet that we have, from the Vic Falls in Zimbabwe and Zambia, to Mount Kilimanjaro, Tanzania, to the Virunga Mountains in Rwanda and Uganda, to the Fish River Canyon, Namibia, to the Nika Plateau of Malawi, to the Bazaruto Archipelago, Mozambique, to the Aldabra Islands of the Seychelles, to the pyramids of Egypt, to the Table Mountains of South Africa. The list is long. We have the world's largest free roaming wild animals and the largest collection of carnivores, etc. We have it all. We have all the natural resources the world seeks: coal, gold, diamond, iron, copper, bauxite, cobalt, zinc, titanium, uranium, silver, chromium, etc., just to name a few. We have about 60% of the world's arable land with billions of dollars in investment potential. Most importantly, our human resources. And this is where you, as young Africans, come in. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with more than 400 million young people aged between 15 and 35. In actual fact, more than 60% of Africa's population is below 25 years of age. By 2030, young Africans are expected to constitute 42% of global youth. 42% of global youth. Yes, the youth of Africa have a lot of challenges, but we can turn the same into opportunities. The power of the youth, and this is the most vital ingredient to the development of Africa if we are to achieve the Africa we want. It is not an impossible task. We just need to provide young Africans all over Africa with the quality and relevant education that would allow them to unlock and unleash their true potential. One day, I was traveling to a place in Malawi called Salima, and I was moving from Lilongwe to there. And I saw some young children who should have been at school playing in the streets. I noticed one boy, he took my attention, tall and muscular. I said to my wife, pointing to the boy, this boy has the physical attributes to become an excellent boxer, but he was not at school. He was in the streets of Malawi. You understand what I mean? We just need to release you from what is holding you back. That is what Agenda 2063 is all about. I advise you, dear students, to read that document and understand its 7 aspirations, which could well inspire you to contribute in realizing the 16 flagship projects of Agenda 2063, which are so vital to the success of Africa, one of which is the AfCFTA, the theme of the debate for this model summit. But your potential, when fulfilled and unleashed, must be used in our continent to develop our motherland, Africa, for generations to come. Young African graduates must look inwards before outwards. When you graduate, look up to Africa for the opportunities that it offers before looking outwards, maybe to Europe or to America. We need our best brains here in Africa and not elsewhere. Charity begins at home. Before I end, let me tell you a little bit of the story. Born very poor, I was given just one opportunity to escape poverty, and that was education. I grabbed it, studied hard, and eventually successfully completed my A-level in maths, physics, and chemistry. I got a scholarship and went to complete a Bachelor of Science, majoring in mathematics in Australia. I then studied for an additional year, completing my PGC for teaching. That's how it all started. But you know what? Just after completing the BSc, even before doing my PGC, I was given an opportunity to stay in Australia. I said no. I refused. The Seychellois in me said no. The African in me said no. I wanted to go back to my country to contribute to its development. I wanted to provide Seychelles, and by extension, Africa, my expertise. I looked to Africa first. I looked within. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the AU believes in you. It has come up with several youth development policies and programs at all levels aimed at ensuring the continent benefits from its demographic dividend. What are some of the policies and programs? The African Youth Charter, Youth Decade Plan of Action, and the Malabo Decision on Youth Empowerment, all of which are implemented through various Agenda 2063 programs. We also have the 1 million by 2021, the Youth for Peace program, and silencing the guns. The African Youth Charter, as an example, aims to protect young people from discrimination and to ensure freedom of movement, speech, association, religion, ownership of property, and other human rights, while committing to promoting youth participation throughout society. There are ample evidence of the belief that we at the African Union place in the youth of Africa. Our youth, our future. I can go on and on. The list is long. So let me conclude. I would like to do that. I would like to connect the dots and show further proof that the AU believes in the women and youth of Africa. To justify, I will go no further than pointing to Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063, which calls for an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of the African people, especially in women and youth, and a continent that cares for its children. The goal here is about youth empowerment and the creation of opportunities for young Africans for self-realization. It's about access to health, education, and jobs, and it also has to do with ensuring safety and security for Africa's children and providing for early childhood development. Your Excellency, let me end my remarks by expressing my most sincere gratitude to the government and people of Africa for accepting us here and for welcoming us here. Our most sincere gratitude also goes to the leadership of the University of Johannesburg for hosting this important gathering and for the warm welcome and gracious hospitality extended to the African Union and partner delegates since our arrival. You have, without a doubt, succeeded in making all of us feel at home in this beautiful rainbow nation. I would also like to thank our partners, the FES, AU Cooperation Office, and Accord for the vital support and partnership in organizing this event. Something would be missing if I conclude my remarks without recognizing the robust and fervent participation from the students of the University of Johannesburg. So, a heartfelt thank you to all of you the wonderful students of the University of Joburg. I am confident that as we deliberate today, we shall come up with brilliant ideas that will inform policies, which in turn will move this region and continent forward and contribute towards our success in achieving the Africa we want. And don't forget that the Africa we want is an integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Ambassador. May we please give him another round of applause. And I think you will all agree also when Dr. Nolita Vukuza reflected on her remarks that this is a safe space where we can exchange information. And Ambassador, I can also assure you that the summit is a reflection of the UK values where we have imagination, conversation, reimagination, and also come up with solutions for the Africa that we want. Without wasting any time, our next speaker is Advocate Dr. Vasu Gaudan, founder and executive director of the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, ACORD. May we please give Doctor a round of applause.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers, and officials of your respective governments, I greet you as the anonymous citizen of Africa. And of course, the esteemed observers who have joined us here today. Your Excellencies, we are at the crossroads of history. You are at the crossroads of history, and you have to, as you sit today in your General Assembly, this summit, the highest body of our continent, Excellency, you have to decide what future are you going to bequeath to the generations that follow you. I thought in 1986 that I stood at the crossroads of history. I was a young student leader, like many at the university next door, Johannesburg University. Many young students are there. I was the president of the Student Representative Council in 1986 at the University then of Durban-Westville. It was the state of emergency in South Africa. It was the height of repression in the country. And we marched, thousands of us, against a brutal regime. We were arrested, we were detained, we were tortured, but we knew that we stood at the crossroads of history in a country called South Africa. 27 years later, we have many freedoms in this country of ours. And we have many, many challenges. Now, when it comes to the continent, Your Excellencies, I said I stand here as the anonymous African citizen. The majority of this continent is the anonymous African citizen. Now, I first got to your esteemed venue, the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity, in 1993, 30 years after it was formed. As a young student, 28 years old, I went to see the then Secretary General of the Organization of African Unity, Salim Ahmed Salim, to introduce this organization I had formed called ACORD to deal with conflicts in Africa. 1993, 30 years after the formation of the Organization of African Unity. Today, Your Excellencies, I stand before you on the eve of the 60th anniversary, today, this year. The 60th anniversary of the Organization of African Unity. Our esteemed observer, the ambassador, in his speech just before me, told you about all the wonderful physical attributes of our continent, the beautiful people of our continent, including you, yourselves, Your Excellencies, because you should never think that you are not part
of the people of this continent. Despite the fact that you might pass them in the streets, in your police escorted vehicles with the dark windows, and you may not see all the anonymous citizens of Africa, but they see you. So all these wonderful attributes of the beautiful people, this beautiful continent, the trillions of dollars of resources under the land of this beautiful continent of ours. And I ask you, Excellencies, how is it possible that 60 years after we got our independence, and yes, we have made huge progress with Agenda 2063, the Lagos Plan, and I want to appeal to you, Excellencies, please, don't give us more resolutions. Don't give us more protocols. Give us more roads. Give us more airports. Give us more ports. Give us more universities. Give us more hospitals. Don't give us more protocols and don't give us more plans. We have many plans. We have many, many institutions. And I have been privileged, maybe burdened, to have traveled this entire continent for 30 years, meeting all these institutions. Sometimes, you will agree, esteemed observer, ambassador, many of them duplicated. SADC, IGAD, ECAS, EAC, COMESA, ECOWAS, cross-memberships of countries, huge amounts of resources being used to keep all of these institutions alive. You see, as the anonymous citizen of Africa, I have the license to say what I want to say. Unlike my esteemed observer colleagues who are members of institutions. So I'm doing, because they also guardedly believe what I'm saying. But I have the license to say it. And somebody has to say it so that we don't praise ourselves without also self-criticizing ourselves, so that we understand realistically where we are. Now let me come to you young people, since I've stripped you of your excellency titles. Firstly, never go with the titles. I know somebody said doctor, advocate. I jokingly said to my colleagues in the office, Monday, Tuesday, you call me doctor, Wednesday, Thursday, you call me advocate, Friday, you call me Vasu. So now I come to you young people. You stand at the crossroads of history, like I did in 1986 with the thousands of others, I'm sure yourselves also, to liberate this country so you could be sitting here in this university as equal citizens. I'm proud of that, but I'm not proud of the legacy that we are leaving you in South Africa as you go forward. No, I can't say that I'm proud of the legacy we are leaving. Yes, we have squandered your future in this country. Let's say it. Now, our leaders on the continent have also squandered our future on the continent. And I am very, very worried, as I'm sure my colleagues are worried now, in this evolving geopolitical, new geopolitical conflict between China, Russia, Iran, all of them on one side, and the United States, all of the European governments, Australia, Canada on the other side. It is a deepening conflict. This is why you stand at the crossroads of history. Be careful. Be careful about what you are inheriting from us. Because this continent, with all the wealth that we talk about, including the 1 billion young people that we talk about, that is you. That's not me. That's not us. That's you. Now, the next decade and 2 decades is when you graduate. It's when you have children. It's when you buy houses. It's when you start to pay bonds. It's when you start to feed your kids and prepare to send them to school and to university. What is the future you're going into at this crossroads of history? You are in the middle of a geopolitical conflict. The last one destroyed this continent, the Cold War. It raped this continent of its resources. No beneficiation. Kleptocratic leaders on our continent colluded with those who raped our continent. And that's why we find ourselves where we are today, an agrarian community. 90% of Africa. My brother here is doing the risk, ASG. 90% of our continent is agrarian. Who can claim any industrialization except this country? No other country on the continent can claim any meaningful industrialization. Without industrialization, all those people urbanizing, yourselves, your parents who are urbanizing into the urban areas, and we are rapidly urbanizing, our populations are growing, but you are coming to nothing. You are coming to no jobs, no education, no healthcare, no housing, no sanitation, no water, because we have not industrialized. We have not transformed our economies and created new economies. 60 years this year after the formation of the OAU African Union. The last 30 years, I've traversed that I've been in and out of the African Union at Addis Ababa. From 93, every single year, at least 2 or 3 times, I am in Addis Ababa, across the continent. Last week, a war in Sudan. This war in Sudan, if it is not stopped in the next week or 2, will be Ethiopia times 10. It will mirror Libya, and it will suck in that entire region. Now, yesterday, I asked a question at a seminar which the Norwegian foreign minister was addressing. And I talked about this issue. We talk about values, though everybody talks about values in the world. And I said, in the exploitation of Africa, there's no common values that you are bringing to us. All you are doing is bringing your narrow interest to exploit us. What is the historical responsibility of your generation? My generation, I know what it was. Our historical responsibility was to liberate South Africa. We did put our lives on the line to liberate South Africa. What is your historical responsibility? It's to transform this continent. Not with protocols, not with resolutions, with fresh ideas. You are at the crossroads of history. There is no time. If you don't do anything now, yes, you must protest and do all the things. I'm telling them to protest. No. But please, believe me, I was the president, I led thousands. I did not destroy any library. I did not destroy any library, believe me. Nothing that could help us to move forward. We knew what we were targeting. We were targeting a system, not an educational building. So don't be stupid when you're out there again. I'm looking at you. Because your responsibility is to transform this country, to put ideas on the table and tell us what we're doing. If you have not seen this YouTube video called the AI Dilemma, how many of you have seen it? Okay, I want you to go this evening and see this video called the AI, it's Artificial Intelligence Dilemma. It will scare you. What is coming in the next 5 years, apart from all the geopolitical problems, etc., is technology that will be so intrusive in your life. Who's using ChatGPT? Who's using ChatGPT? Professor, these are the ones cheating. Are you also using it? ChatGPT is the beginning of what is coming exponentially in growth to control your mind, to control on artificial intelligence. This is why you are at the crossroads of history. The crossroads of history places you at a point where Africa can, and I'm not exaggerating, I have the facts. I will come back here and address them again and give them the facts. The crossroads of history, you stand there and we can go into a dystopian future in the next year, 2 years, believe me, or a developmental future. The choice is yours. When you sit in this mock assembly this afternoon, don't treat it like a joke. Treat it as an opportunity for you to learn and grow your leadership skills. Because this new world that's coming needs very astute leaders. We have a crisis of leadership globally because the complexity of what we are dealing in the world today, leaders just don't grasp it. Either you all are going to a dystopian future, and you know what is a dystopian future? A dystopian future is one of complete disorder in society. That's what you'll go. You will be afraid to get out in the street because you're afraid for your life. You'll be run by criminals, run by... We are going there also anyway. You can see it. Can you not see it? Yeah, so do something about it if you can see it. So either we're going to go that way or we are going to go towards a developmental future. The choice is yours. You are at the crossroads of history. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers, this is your anonymous citizen signing off. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vasu. And I think we totally agree with you. This is a great time for us as the African youth to honestly reflect on our contribution. And I don't think it's impossible for us to also play a significant role in the industrialization of Africa. Another thing that was outstanding, our future excellencies, is that Doctor indicated that leadership is not about position, right? It's actually about action. So it's never too late. Even after the summit, you can even join community engagement and help communities around the university and implement sustainable development goals or some of the solutions that you came up with for Agenda 2063. Without wasting any time again, I'd like to call His Excellency Ibrahima Sheikh Diong, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director General from African Risk. Over to you, His Excellency. Let's give him a round of applause.
Let me start by saying I agree with everything Dr. Vasu has said, except the riots. Good morning. I can't hear you. Good morning. Bonjour. Assalamu alaikum. Bon dia. Let me see if I get the rest of Sani Bonani. I can tell you how delighted I am to be here to speak not only to your excellencies, but so many heads of state who are female in Africa deserve a big round of applause. A couple of years ago, we have to look at the former president of Liberia as an example of the only African female heads of state. To see so many heads of state who are female in Africa is something to celebrate. Let me tell you why I'm delighted to be here. I believe as Africans in a position of leadership, have an obligation to speak to the youth, to tell our stories, but more importantly, to exchange with the youth so we can come out with some new ideas, innovative ideas. So this is not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. By being here, I'm inspired, I'm energized, but I also go back to my job, knowing the obligation we have, each of us, to work for the continent so we can find African solutions to African problems. Now, let me tell you what I wanted to focus on, heads of states or here. First of all, to bring to your attention the global situation of climate change and how it's affected the African continent. Second, I want to brief you on what we're doing in my organization to be part of the solution. But more importantly, as you're about to make some big decisions, just to suggest some ideas where you can be involved and be part of the solution so we can build the Africa that we want. The world is about to host what we call COP28 in Dubai, to talk about the global climate change situation. It is absolutely critical that we understand that the African voice needs to be heard, but heard on how climate change is actually affecting the African continent. Most of you know by now that Africa contributes less than 4% to greenhouse gases, but nevertheless, we're actually affected by the negative impact of climate change. You don't even have to listen to me. You saw what happened in KwaZulu-Natal with the flood, with 400 people that actually passed away. You may have heard the tropical cyclone Freidrich in Mozambique, in Madagascar, and you probably heard about the drought situation in West Africa. What all these disasters have in common is what I call the human face of climate change. And that is how they affect our food security. That's how they force our community to sell their assets to survive. So it has a direct impact on the livelihood of many Africans. And that is why heads of states, it is absolutely critical when you head to Dubai for COP28, you understand the African concern and the African voice needs to be heard. That African concern is fourfold. Today, the disaster that we're faced with, whether it's drought or tropical cyclone, the technology is such that we can actually have an early warning system so we can anticipate this disaster before they occur. Just to give an example, in Madagascar, because we were able to provide an alert system to the government of Madagascar, they managed to move 7,000 people away from harm's way before actually tropical cyclone arrived, and that's how we saved lives in Madagascar. So I urge you to continue to advocate so that this extreme weather technology and system be available to Africa, so we can have visibility of our exposure to disasters, whether it's tropical cyclone or flood and others. Your Excellency, it's important the international community honor their commitment. At the last climate change conference, they actually are committed to provide about $100 billion to deal with the effect of climate change so we can adapt. As of today, we have not seen those resources. It is important that you lend your voice and make sure those commitments are made by heads of states, particularly from developed countries, are honored. Your Excellency, it's also important that Africa is going through an energy transition. So therefore, we need investment to find a balance between dealing with climate change, but also investing in energy in other sectors that are to help develop our continent. And it is important that part of the African concern is heard loud and clear at the COP28. Your Excellency, last but not least, it is absolutely critical to understand that climate change have a human face, and that is the impact it has on our community and the livelihood. By lending your voice, particularly all these female African heads I see in the room, I hope the rest of the world will pay attention and hear your concern as African, so we can build an Africa that is actually resilient vis-a-vis climate change and other disasters that we're faced with. This is critical. Unfortunately, quite often when Africa goes to these global summits, the African voice is not coordinated, is not put together whereby we can go in there and have a very strong African voice. I'm counting on you as we head to COP28 in Dubai to make sure that African voice is actually coordinated and consolidated so the world can actually listen to what we have to say. In the meantime, Your Excellency, I also want you to foster and empower and continue to support the institution you created to demonstrate that Africa is on a leadership role as opposed to waiting for the rest of the international community to come to our rescue. And that is why 10 years ago, under your leadership, we created my organization called the African Risk Capacity. What we do under your leadership, Your Excellency, is to help Africans to plan better, prepare themselves, and respond to the effect of climate change. And planning is important because if we don't have visibility to the exposure to the risk associated with climate change, we can't put in place the right policies and eventually also respond. Preparation is important because within government, at a time of disasters, every second count. A lack of preparation within our government will lead to catastrophe. And that is why we need to build our capacity to be better prepared in dealing with climate change. Last but not least, Your Excellency, there's so many innovative ways in mobilizing resources to finance the response at the type of disasters. In our case, you've decided for us to leverage the insurance market by transferring the risk of this disaster situation so that the first response is actually financed through the insurance market, and that's what the African Risk Capacity is all about. You don't have to listen to just to the concept, listen to what we've done for the past 10 years. Your Excellency, we provided up to $1 billion of coverage to all of our member states combined. I see most of them here in the room. Your Excellency, we've also protected about 100 million people across the African continent, whereby if we did not act, today they would not be alive. And Your Excellency, to your support, we also made a payout $160 million going directly to people who are affected by climate change. And that is the type of instrument that demonstrates the leadership of the African Union, the leadership of the heads of state we have over here. And this is something we need to celebrate, advocate, support, and foster so we can demonstrate that Africa is in the forefront in dealing with the effect of climate change. Your Excellency, we are dealing with some challenges to make sure initiatives like this become sustainable. Today, this initiative is 100% funded by donors, and that's not sustainable. So therefore, I urge you in your respective countries not only to ratify our treaty, but to begin to make contribution to our organization so we can reduce our dependency on the donors going forward. Your Excellency, I know you have so many competing needs in your respective governments, but the culture of disasters management should be embedded into our public policies in a way that we can anticipate, because governing is anticipating before it happens. Your Excellency, while we're doing all of that, it is important that we continue to celebrate our own initiative to demonstrate to the rest of the world, even though we welcome the global solidarity, but we are also coming up with our own respective initiative of African solution to African problems. Let me end by saying areas where Your Excellency could help, particularly with regard to your youth. Number one, today, for us to be able to do what we do, to plan, prepare, and anticipate, we need more Africans involved in climate science so we can model our risk, manage our data. So I urge our university to continue to at least foster that type of education so we get African expertise which will support us to do what we do at the African Risk Capacities. Second, I know in most of our universities, there are lots of research being done in modeling risk, dealing with climate. We want that knowledge to come out and be part of the solution. So organizations like ourselves, who are mandated, can leverage the expertise of the African universities so we can be part of the solutions. Last but not least, climate justice. Be involved, advocate, talk about the concerns of climate change in Africa. Get involved in any organization in any way that you can so we can demonstrate that together we'll make sure no African is left behind, even at the type of disasters. And that is why I'm delighted to be here again with so many female heads of states in Africa. And 20 years from now, I will see you in Addis Ababa at the summit as the real heads of states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Diong. Trust me, UJ students are very conscious about environmental sustainability, so I believe that we'll definitely participate at COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, with all protocol observed, I've just been informed that His Excellency Honorable Fortune Charumbira, the President of Pan-African Parliament, has arrived. May we just please rise as he's making his way to join the panel. I believe that he's going to be ushered into the auditorium. Okay, I'm being informed that they just want to check some few protocol, but I'm sure he will join us. You may be seated. Sorry, doctor, it's not an exercise at all. Okay, so while he's making his way, I would like to call Mr. Emmanuel Desalagna, who's the program manager for FES, African Union Cooperation Office, to give us an address. Over to you.
Good morning, distinguished guests. May all rise, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Mr. Emmanuel, you can proceed.
Good morning, distinguished guests, excellencies, Your Excellency Ambassador David Cloud, AU Permanent Representative to South Africa, COMESA and SADC, His Excellency Honorable Fortune Charambira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, His Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Cheki Diong, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director General for African Risk Capacity, Dr. Nolita Makusa, Senior Executive Director, for the Office of Vice Chancellor at the University of Johannesburg, and Dr. Vasu Gundan, founder and executive director of Accord, Excellencies, ministers, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so pleased and honored to be here at one of the most prestigious academic institutions here in Africa at the University of Johannesburg. First and foremost, please allow me to congratulate the UJ staff and all the staff members there for their warm welcome, reception, and hospitality in the last couple of days. Also, I would like to recognize our colleagues from the African Union, Agido, Nono, Alex, and also Miranda. Thank you for your time, dedication, and commitment for the successful realization of this activity. Most importantly, I would like to thank you, the students. Thank you for making the time to participate on this important simulation activity. I'm quite confident that you have gained and learned a lot about the African Union, its department structures, most importantly, the decision-making process of the AU. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa, as we all know, is endowed with an amazing natural resource, human power, brains, and Pan-African aspiration. However, our beloved continent is still engulfed by conflicts, coup d'etats, corruption, and we are facing also a governance issue. The question then would be, who's going to change that? Is it the IMF? Is it the World Bank? Is it the United Nations? Or who's going to change that? I would say you, the young people. You, the youth. You are the key. You hold the key to transform this beloved continent into a global powerhouse. Please allow me to give you a bit of perspective for that. Do you know that every year, an estimated 100 billion USD, equivalent of 4% of Africa's GDP, leaves the continent as illicit capital flight? This is according to UNCTAD and UNECA study. Bear in mind, this amount is much greater than the amount that we have received in forms of grants, loans, official development assistance. Think about it. Think about the electronic product you have, your laptops, your mobiles, your power banks. I bet the majority of them are produced out of Africa. And thirdly, the very basic raw material necessary to produce those products found where? Here in Africa, in Congo, in Namibia. I'm asking you, are you comfortable with that? We all know that the story of cocoa in West Africa, the one that's to make chocolate. Africa is producing 17% of the global cocoa production. Chocolate, as we speak, is now becoming a 100 billion business in the world. The irony that we Africans are not in that conversation. But when you look at the life of our farmers, those farmers who are producing those cocoa, they are living below the standards. They are living in agony and misery. Is that acceptable to you? Last year, we have seen a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So I'm not here to talk about the conflict, but its impact. Ukraine is a major grain producer in the world, and they have been supplying grains and maize. Size more or less equal to Sudan and Ethiopia, but they are feeding the whole continent. The truth is, we, the African people, the 55 countries, we are heavily dependent on a single country for our grain and maize production. Yet, our beloved continent is endowed with an infinite number of rivers, lakes. We have seasonal rainfalls, millions and millions of arable land. All I'm saying is, are you comfortable with this? So let me conclude. My point is, one, we shouldn't feel comfortable with the status quo, the way things are running in Africa. We need to wake up and ask questions to our leaders and our governments. Second, as an African, we need to take full responsibility and stop blaming others. It is because of our failure and weakness to work together. It is because of our failure and weakness to stand together. It is because of our failure and weakness to work together that we are in this situation. I think this is a kind of mentality we need to have if we ever want to address those challenges. Thirdly, we need to embolden ourselves with the Pan-African aspiration and vision, and understand that the majority of our problems are similar, be it underdevelopment, unemployment, corruption, and governance. So my message to you, you young people, is this. I would encourage each and every one of you to be more proactive on issues matters to the continent. I would like to advise each and every one of you to have a constructive engagement with your officials, governments, and principals. And I would like to ask each and every one of you to demand your rights, to earn your places in the leadership policy. No one is there to give you that place. You have to demand it, you have to earn it. Lastly, I would like to advise all of you to stay abreast about the AU meetings, the AU conferences. Informations are available. Before I conclude, let me say a few words about our organization. In fact, I did some presentation yesterday. So I am from the Freidrich Ebert AU Cooperation Office, but we do have also office here in South Africa, the FA South Africa office. They are closely working with trade unions and groups as well, and they are also facilitating a dialogue between the South African government and also the global community. Should you want to engage them, the director for the FA South Africa office is here, Sebastian Sperling, and also his colleague. So you can reach out to them. So if you'd like to know more about FA South Africa, what they do, what their work is, please feel free to reach out to them. Finally, I would like to assure the African Union and our partners that I am sure this will not be the last time we work on this particular topic. So we'll continue our engagement. And also, Mr. Vaz, if you are coming to Addis, please feel free to reach out to me. So I'm a city boy, so I can host you. So thank you, everyone, and have a pleasant deliberation. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. I can confidently say the UJ students are very resilient, and I think we understand the status quo in terms of decolonizing Africa. We are almost done with our session. Our last speaker for this session is His Excellency Honorable Fortune Charumbira, who is the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Over to you, His Excellency.
Thank you, the Director of Proceedings. Good morning. How are you? Thank you very much. May I start by recognizing Dr. Nolita Vukuza, our functionary acting Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg. I also recognize His Excellency Ambassador David Claude Pierre, Permanent Representative of the African Union, Southern African Regional Office. I recognize Mr. Ibrahima Cheikh Diong, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director General of the Africa Risk Capacity. I also recognize His Excellency Mr. Mamadou Bite, Executive Secretary for the African Capacity Foundation Building. I recognize Excellency Professor Eddie Maloka, although I haven't seen him on the panel, the Chief Executive of the African Peer Review Mechanism. I also recognize the African Union Special Envoy for the Youth, Shidom Pemba. I know this one. I haven't seen her if she's in this room. Esteemed partners, Advocate Dr. Vasu Gordon, Founder and Executive Director of the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, ACCORD. I recognize Mr. Emmanuel Desaleng, Program Manager of the Freidrich Ebert Stiftung African Union Corporation. I recognize Professor Camila Naidu, Executive Dean of Humanities of University of Johannesburg. I finally recognize the strategic partner of the UJ, that is University of Johannesburg, staff and students who are present here, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, I'm from the Pan-African Parliament. That is the parliament for the continent. We have similar setups outside Africa, like the European Parliament. We are made up of 55 countries on the continent of Africa. Each country sends or deploys to Pan-African Parliament 5 MPs to this parliament, the continental one. And among the 5, it is a requirement that there should be, the 5 should represent proportionality in terms of political representation in the national parliament. So if you are 20 or 30% of your parliament, you'll be 30% of the 5. Then you can do the numbers. Then of course there should be a female, at least one, the more the better, within or among the 5. The parliament is an organ of the African Union. And as you know, the order are called organs. You have what's called the assembly. It's an organ. Assembly of the African Union is the heads of state. When they meet like this, we call it Assembly of the Heads of State. Then you have what's called an Executive Council, which is the foreign ministers of the continent. You have the Parliament, you have the African Court, you have what is called the African Union Commission, that's the administrative wing for the AU. Then what the AU has done is not to have all the organs in Addis Ababa, which is the headquarters of the African Union. The others should go to other countries. So other organs, not all organs are based in Addis Ababa. So the parliament is based here in South Africa. But it's the parliament for the whole continent, here in Midrand. And then the court is in Tanzania, Arusha, and they can go on in other organs. So I come here representing that parliament. One of the key, among the several functions, one of the overriding statements for the purpose of the existence of Pan-African Parliament is that it provides a forum for the participation of African citizens in the affairs of the continent or the union, with a view to making an input, that citizens making an input into programs of the African Union. That's very important. It offers a platform for everybody, students, engineers, name them. That is a forum where you can vent your views to the heads of state of this continent, because once we get your views, we present these to the heads of state of the continent. So it's a platform for everybody, whether the media, they can come to parliament, we can engage them anywhere and get their views and present them. So it's a platform for all of you to be able to say, to influence how the continent is governed, how the development of this continent is progressing, how our major program of the continent, Agenda 2063 for the African Union, you want also to make an input. Is that, are you aware of that agenda? Are you happy it is moving well? Do you think by 2063 Africa will be a developed country, for example? So we exist to get your views and inputs on various inputs. I should say that this AU Model Summit, with its theme of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as a theme, I think there are so many good themes, but this one is one of the best that you can ever, as students, discuss and understand. You all need to understand this one, because it is through intra-trade within Africa, which is missing, which has been missing, that our economies, or the countries that we come from, whether from South Africa, they are not quite performing. I think it's in your studies, I believe, you are aware that Africa has been lagging behind other continents in terms of quality of life, development, but the quality of life compared to other continents. Yet, Africa is endowed with the best of everything that can make us move and be even better than countries in Europe. And I know in your studies, these things are delivered, and you know them. You know what I mean? Some 7, 8 years ago, I attended the World Bank team came to Midrand, our parliament, and we were discussing Africa development. I remember the World Bank team put on the screen something called The World at Night. The World at Night. And on the screen, you could see Europe, lights all over. It's like day on our other continents. But in Africa, it was dark. Some tiny spots of some light, showing that we are still behind. And this is not, it's a fact we have to admit. If you have to change anything in life, you have first of all to accept that you need to pull up your socks. Now, we are behind because if you ask anyone who knows about development, they will say the key to development is production. The key to development is production. If you don't produce, you don't have the forex, you will not have the jobs, you will not have all these opportunities. When you production creates more production, other production opportunities. So the challenge is production. But you produce for a market. And within ourselves, we don't have even that demand to be able to get there. And one major problem, we don't produce because we favor importing than exporting. We export less, others export more. So you find those countries where we are rushing to, we say they are better than us at production. So we then go for opportunities because when they produce, there is demand for services, including people who should work there. So you as students, in all your studies, what you should fight for is, why don't our countries also produce? Very soon, some of you go beyond the employment market, or they call it labor market. You want jobs, but I'm aware of countries whereby you can finish your degree today and go for the next 15 years without a job. Even with a degree, I'm aware of several countries on the continent. But there are no opportunities. And the opportunities only come from production and exporting to other countries. So, Africa Continental Free Trade Area is trying to address that problem. It's trying to address, is the grand project to address this problem. Promoting trade, promoting exporting to other countries. At the moment, and I know these statistics have been shared with you, I don't need to go to them, but the real point is that one of our major problems as Africans, we eat, depending on the country, we eat what we don't produce as a country. We wear what we don't produce as a country. We use what we don't produce. If the situation is like that, forget about employment opportunities. They will not be there. And this Africa Continental Free Trade Area is saying, can we produce and exchange among ourselves? The statistics will show that Africa imports from outside Africa than it exports. That is the basic problem. That's the basic problem of our continent. But you are the youth, and sometimes referred, some say leaders of tomorrow, but as I said, no, they're not leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders in training. So you are not of tomorrow. You are leaders in training. Because you are leaders in training. You are leaders in training. So when you train to be something, you have to be within where action is taking place. And you can't train when you are at home. You have to be out there. That's why we are always saying nothing without the youth. Because if you are training them, then they have to be close to you. They are being trained. Like when you go for driving, to a driving school, because you have to drive, you are being trained to drive, you sit on the steering yourself. The trainer on the side and instructing you, this is, do change gear like this, change gear like this. But the problem is that these youth are being trained, yet they are not in that car. But they are being trained to drive. And then yet they are watching the car passing. So how do they learn to drive? So, and I think the previous speaker, I heard him saying, take the bull by the horn. Insist that you are part of the action. Professor Manfred de Vries, Harvard professor, in his book, The Leadership Mystique, he says the training of leadership is leadership itself. You have to be trained to be there. You can't just sit somewhere and say, you are being trained to be a leader. No, you have to be part of the leadership roles. You may not be the CEO, the vice chancellor, but somewhere near, so that you see how the vice chancellor does the things. So that when she is or he not there, you can easily say, no, She comes at 7, so I'll also come at 7. She goes for tea at 10, I'll go for tea at 10. She holds meetings usually at 11, I also hold them at 11. Something like that, or improve on it. So don't be passive bystanders. The real issues are, let's get to produce in Africa. Let's trade among ourselves. Let's trade among ourselves. Malawi will gain and move forward. Cameroon, which is here, Angola, all of you, you end up Cape Verde. Bontad, something like that. You see, Bondia, Bontad, I can see Cape Verde, but it's empty. I'm saying, please, you are part of everything. And ask your countries, why are you importing? You are selling our jobs. You are selling our jobs. All these t-shirts, shoes, I see everybody is going to import them from somewhere. Of course, nowadays from China. China gives us everything. As a result, those people to produce those things, they have to employ people in their country. So when you buy it, you are surrendering your jobs. Yet, if within our region we traded, for example, there will be a lot of mutual benefits across, and no one will remain behind. So I'm here to say, production creates, trade creates opportunities for everybody. And I know we say, please, don't always look for a job after university. Can you also be your own employers? That language is also very common. Very good, be your own entrepreneur. But again, also reply and say, yes, but for me to be able to create some small window somewhere, there should be an opportunity to supply something. Now, in a dead economy, you cannot be entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs to sell to who, where people are, know there's nobody with money, everybody's poor. You open up and close again. Yeah, so the economy has to expand. Then you also, there are opportunities for you to be able to supply something, to produce something, to do whatever. So at the end of the day is the whole issue of whether the economy is expanding or is shrinking. And it's only expanding if we export, we create export opportunities. Let me end here and say thank you for this opportunity to address this gathering of intellectuals and potential intellectuals. This should not be the last time. Ambassador, a university, yes, it should be the first time. We expect more such opportunities to interact with the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. May we please give all our panelists a round of applause. I think His Excellency Charumbira is really urging us as the youth to really play a part in African international trade so that we can build an African developmental state for the Africa that we want. Do we all agree? So that means that in our second session after the photo shoot, you have a lot of work to do, not only resolutions, but actions plan that will actually help the future generation of Africa. In this session, I would like to announce a special item, actually on behalf of the University of Johannesburg students. I would love to ask Dr. Nolita Vukuza and Prof. Bernard to present a special gift to the African Union, FES and Accord. This gift is actually done by one of our students. The paintings were done by, let's give her a round of applause. Lorika Mashaba. I think she's here. Honorable. So, Prof. Basu will assist Dr. Vukuza and Prof. Bernard. So may we please have... You can go to the center. Ambassador. Let's give him a round of applause. Awesome. And then next we have, so you're not only a politician, but an artist. Thank you. And then we have another presentation. Yes. Africa risk capacity, yes. The African capacity, yes. So when you think of Johannesburg, another presentation to accord Dr. Vasu. Sorry. And then we have FES, presentation of gifts. Awesome. Let's give them another round of applause. Your Excellencies, if you look at the program, we're now on the item of the group photo, and we're going to take the photo shoot with our dignitaries by the piazza. And if you may permit me first, we have to have 3 types of photo shoots. Obviously, the dignitaries will usher our guest, and then straight after the photo shoot, it's working time. Eta? Hola? Yes, we are going, after the photo shoot, we're going to start with the Model AU Summit. So that is the most important part, not only resolution, but action plans. Can you please give yourselves a round of applause? This is the Africa that we want. So I'll ask Prof. Baso to lead our dignitaries so that we may have that photo shoot. Okay, awesome, great news. See, our Vice Chancellor says she'll definitely come back because her whole life is here, so she's loving what is happening. So this means you're doing a great job, colleagues. And so the ushers, you know how you're allocated. We've got group pictures, group A, B, and C. Lesego and the other colleagues and Mama Ray will lead that, but then we'll start with the Model AU Summit. Thank you.
Going makeup free.
Mama ku, mama sama kumakusa, mama ku, mama sama kumakusa, mama ku, mama sama kumakusa, mama ku, mama sama mama kusa. Mwanye. Afele. Mosoma, Mosoma. Tanga tipo ombusa tanga ne usama kosa. Alumuna sisi yao ya sama kosa. Amuna yeye koma. Tanga ombusa tanga nesa makosa na makosa bata somos Yomse bata yomse makosa bana roka na yeye lewa sema na makosa mana Afra bande de sala na makosa Monde de o Cameroun wende aqui Nana money
Somandla daliwe Zulu Tinasi kalela kuwe daliwo mhlaba sophelela phina xa kunjena sophelela phina somandla Nkosi somandla Daliwe Zulu Dinasi Kalela kuwe Daliwo mhlaba Sophelela phina xa kunjena sophelela phina somandla sophelela phina xa kunjena sophelela phina somandla
to simulate when they come back due to time constraints and everything. So can I kindly have Her Excellency the AU Chairperson, Her Excellency the AU Chairperson, who is the President of Comoros, and then Her Excellency the AUC Chairperson, and Her Excellency the Secretariat or Secretary of the AfCFTA, and the President of Ethiopia. Can they come and take the seat?
Down on the ones and twos, it's Supremacy Sounds, DJ Sybil Simon.
Nkosi somandla Daliwe Zulu Dinasi Kalela kuwe Daliwo mhlaba laphi na xa kunjena sobele laphi na somandla Nkosi somandla mdali wezulu thina sikhalela kuwe mdali womhlaba sophele laphi na xa kunjena sophele laphi na somandla thina so
No, they said we can start without them.
Really?
Yeah. Sure.
They're
Yeah.
networking.
They said they're networking.
Ah, they're networking.
Yeah. So let's. Mic is on.
I'm just going to do one announcement. Okay, thank you. And then Dr. Lisa, she might be back for your session.
Who is it?
Dr. Lisa.
But she'll be set there.
Yeah,
You want
she'll be there.
to check with her. Okay. You are managing the students. Okay. So please take a seat there. Oh, there's no. Yeah.
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? Your Excellencies, may I please have your attention? I just wanted to make one announcement before handing over to our facilitator. If you look at the program, I'm sure we all have the programs that were on our seats. So the first announcement, there's been a bit of a change. We are going to take a group photo with our dignitaries after the Model AU Summit. In the interest of time, right? In the interest of time, I'm going to call our very own Dr. Aya to facilitate the second session, which is the AU Model Summit. May we please give him a round of applause.
Morning, colleagues. Just before we start, let me just make a public service announcement. Your Excellencies will be speaking from where you are, so we'll have roving mics. All right, thank you. Or I could move the. We're just sorting some logistical matters, colleagues, in terms of flags and the seating arrangement.
Can the volunteers be ready with the roaming mics? Please make sure you are all at your relevant allocations. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think we can start. Her Excellency, the President of the Union of Comoros and the Chairperson of the AU, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Her Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, all heads of regional economic communities here present, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Mulweni. I am Ayabulela Dlakavu, the program director, and it is my pleasure to address you in this assembly of the heads of African states and governments, whose theme is emphasized on the African Union's declared 2023 theme of accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Her Excellency, the Chairperson of the AU, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Chairperson of the AUC, honorable ministers, allow me to present to you the agenda and the order paper of today's assembly. So as the program director, my role is just limited to presenting the order paper. Thereafter, Her Excellency, the Chairperson of the AU, will take over and run the proceedings. So, colleagues, before we officially start, I'll just run through the 5 items on the agenda paper, and then I will call each of the excellencies to address us in their order. And please note the order that I present. So the program director now is essentially going to outline the agenda, which is already pre-prepared, and we will continue from there. So the first dignitary to speak will be the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, who will give us a welcome to the Republic of Ethiopia and welcome the excellencies. Then the Chairperson of the African Union Commission will be speaking and addressing the Assembly, who will be followed by the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Thereafter, we'll have the Chairpersons of the regional economic communities, who will be providing messages of support to the Assembly with regards to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and its implementation. The second segment will look at the official handover of the program director to essentially the director of proceedings, which is the African Union Chairperson, Her Excellency. Thereafter, the AU Chairperson will officially open the Assembly and will be in session. And then from Her Excellency, she will hand over to the heads of state, governments, and the Minister of Comoros to deliver the position papers on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And then at 1:30, the Assembly Secretariat will report on the outcomes of the position papers that the Excellencies and the Honorable Minister from Comoros will have presented on. And then finally, the AU Chairperson will close the Assembly. So colleagues, that is the order paper of today's Assembly. And therefore, allow me to officially open the proceedings and call upon the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to welcome us. Your Excellency.
Greetings, Your Excellencies, Heads of State, distinguished ministers, commissioners, and invited guests. Standing before you is Usphelele Nompumelelo Matolo, and I am the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia. It is a privilege and an honor to welcome you all today to the land of origins on behalf of the government and the people of Ethiopia. At this time, I would like to offer my gratitude to the whole leadership of the African Union, since we as Africans have learned that cooperation and collaboration are critical to reaching a unified outcome that benefits us all. The African Union has committed to undertaking ambitious plans designed to transform our continent and create the Africa that we desire. With all the aims and objectives of our union, it is of particular importance to mention the theme of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The theme of the year 2023 is acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation. This theme seeks to establish a single African market for products and services through the free movement of people, capital, goods, and services. The greatest lesson that we have learned over the years is that without solidarity, we are nothing. Therefore, the topic solidifies and argues for structural revolution. With that said, I'd like to welcome member states and governments once again. Furthermore, I'd like to reiterate and acknowledge the African Union's efforts in establishing an environment that delivers the Africa we desire by accelerating the AfCFTA implementation. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The next speaker is Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Your Excellencies, Heads of States and Governments, Your Excellency, Secretary General, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union, Honorable Ministers, representatives of regional organizations, distinguished delegates, and invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, I greet you all. I would like to extend a special thanks to the Ethiopian President and the nation of Ethiopia for hosting us for this groundbreaking event. Before I begin, may we please observe a brief moment of silence in honor of our African brothers and sisters affected by Cyclone Freddie in Madagascar and Mozambique, and others who are constantly affected by crippling climate issues continent-wide. I take the floor as the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Banati Lukuleni, and express how honored I am to stand before you today to discuss one of the most critical initiatives for our continent's economic growth and development, the African Continental Free Trade Area. The AfCFTA is a game changer for Africa, as it will create a single market for goods and services across our continent with a combined GDP of over $3.4 trillion. This agreement has the potential to unleash enormous economic potential and opportunities for our nations, with the potential to lift millions out of poverty and promote sustainable growth and development. I am proud to report that we have made significant progress since the agreement was signed in March of 2018. As of January 2021, 36 countries have ratified the agreement, and we have seen an increase in intra-African trade from 10% to 16% in the last decade. However, there is still much work to be done to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA and to realize its full potential. We need to act now with urgency and determination to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA. We must work together to remove barriers to trade, promote investment, and create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive across Africa. This will require political will, leadership, and cooperation from all African nations. As we move forward, we must also ensure that the benefits of the AfCFTA are inclusive and reach all African nations, including the smaller and less developed ones. We must also address the challenges of infrastructure, logistics, and connectivity, which remain major hurdles to intra-African trade. I urge all African nations to continue their efforts to ratify and implement the AfCFTA and to work together to promote trade and investment across our continent. Let us build a prosperous and resilient Africa for all. In conclusion, I leave you with the words of Nelson Mandela, who once said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." Let us work together to make the AfCFTA a reality and to unleash Africa's enormous potential. And with that, I open the floor to our Secretary of the AfCFTA. And remember, delegates, forward forever, always together, and backwards never. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission. I now call upon the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Banathi Luguleni, President of the Union of the Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union, Elizabeth Chaugwe, Your Excellency, Spelele Matolo, President of Ethiopia, thank you for hosting us. Your Excellencies, former Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Your Excellencies, Commissioners of the AUC, Your Excellencies, Heads of AU organs, Your Excellencies, Heads of Regional Economic Communities, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and Permanent Representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, permit me to express my gratitude to the Assembly of Heads of States and Government for the unwavering commitment and support to the African Continental Free Trade Area to ensure that it becomes a reality. The theme of the year coincides with the 6th-year commemoration of the establishment of the Organization of African Treaty in the historic city of Addis Ababa, 60 years after founding mothers and fathers established the OAU. The AfCFTA is a tool to be deployed by the African Union to position Africa to adequately respond to the challenges confronting our continent, the public health crisis from which the continent is emerging, and of course, the food insecurity crisis that is attributable to the current geopolitical context. In the area of public health, the concluded protocol on intellectual property rights, which the Assembly will adopt today, is an important instrument that has potential to address Africa's public health and industrial development imperatives. To address the food insecurity crisis, the Council of Ministers of Trade resolved to develop a strategy for boosting intra-Africa trade in agricultural products, an important outcome of the recent meeting of the Council of Ministers responsible for trade that was held in Gaborone, Botswana. Having concluded the protocols on investment, competition, and intellectual property in this year of accelerated implementation of the AfCFTA under your leadership as the Assembly, we are on track to conclude the protocols on digital trade and the protocol on women and youth in trade. The protocol on digital trade, among other important objectives, is set to broaden access to trade, particularly for SMEs that are led by women and young entrepreneurs, thereby addressing the critical imperative of digital financial inclusion and need for investment in digital financial inclusion. I'm grateful to HE Mama President Samia Suluhu Hassan for having hosted the Women and Youth in Trade AfCFTA conference that was held in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania in September 2022. We established a AfCFTA adjustment fund, which through the Afrexim Bank already has $1 billion capitalization and more to be raised to enable all AfCFTA state parties to benefit from the AfCFTA. I have said nothing about challenges that we shall confront along the way, because the challenge that we certainly shall confront must not define our resolve to succeed. As we take a positive step towards reaching the milestones of the Abuja Treaty, we must accept that economic market integration is difficult yet a worthwhile task. I include with the words of the late Comrade President Thomas Isadora Sankara, we must dare to invent the future. Allow me to paraphrase the words of Comrade President Sankara, we must dare to invent the economic future of the Africa that we want. I thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Chairperson of the Assembly, allow me to now call upon the chairpersons of the regional economic communities to deliver their messages of support to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We begin with the chairperson of the Arab Maghreb Union. I think while they are making their way to their respective podiums, just as a refresher, that our regional economic communities are constituted as follows: the Arab Maghreb Union, Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, Community of Sahel-Saharan States, the East African Community, Economic Community of Central African States, Economic Community of West African States, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, and the Southern African Development Community. So, Chairperson of the Arab Maghreb Union.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Representing the Arab Maghreb Union, my name is Rina Khwale. I would firstly like to highlight the importance of the acceleration of the Continental Free Trade Agreement to the states present. The agreement does not only assist states in creating a liberalized, collaborated single market to deepen and enrich the African economy, but it ensures that through the agreement, the states are self-critic and aware of their issues to create an internalized, sustained, liberated, stable economy continentally and within the states. The Arab Maghreb Union is in conjunction with the agreement, and we are aware that it does provide its challenges and its benefits, regardless of the internal issues that are faced. One of the challenges that we are internalized or faced within the states of the region is infrastructure and political instability and limited access to electricity. So with these challenges, we will sign the agreement. We will continue being in conjunction with the agreement to bring about a competitive economy or region so that we can be able to compete globally with other global economies.
Chairpersons, could we kindly request that you be abstaining in the assembly for the benefit of the audience? Our next chairperson is the chairperson of the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa. Let me now call upon the chairperson of the Community of Sahel-Saharan States.
Your Excellency Elizabeth Choke, the President of Comoros, the Chair of African Union Member States, Your Excellency Bath Lukeleni, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary General of AfCFTA, all heads of RECs here present, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Letao Muhlalucha. I am the Chairperson of The Community of Sahel-Saharan States has 29 state members in the region. The CENSAD acknowledges the AfCFTA theme and aims to create a free trade area within the region of Africa. The AfCFTA will progressively work to eliminate tariffs on intra-African trade, making businesses trade within the continent and countries from the business market. CENSAD has executed major programs which included the Regional Integration Program, comprising of trade integration, the Rural Development Program, and the Green Wall of the Sahel-Sahara. The main objectives is consolidating peace, especially during the trade and economic affairs amongst countries. The Conference of Heads of State made recommendations for a review, and these recommendations were made in line with AUC perspectives. The most important operational area for CENSAD is the collaboration with other RECs on approaches for mobilizing funding and investments for the Guided Trade Initiative, which seeks to facilitate trade amongst interested AfCFTA state parties.
Thank you, Chairperson. I now call upon the Chairperson of the East African Community.
A good morning to you, Madam Chair, to the heads of state that are present today, along with your officials and all protocol observed. I am Yangandwandwa. The EAC, with the countries it represents, stand with the motion put before us today, plans to progressively eliminate tariffs on the intra-African trade. The countries agree for several reasons, such as trade liberalization, market access, which translates to a boost in investment, local business growth, and job creation for the rapidly growing youth population. There are almost countless other reasons. However, I would not forgive myself if I deprived the state leaders the opportunity to speak for their countries themselves. Therefore, I would like to thank Madam Speaker for recognizing me, and thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the EAC. I now call upon the Chairperson of the Economic Community of Central African States.
Greetings to all excellencies, ministers, delegates, and all protocol observed. My name is Zintle, and I am the chairperson of the Economic Community in Central African States. We are a regional organization in Africa, and our aim is to promote economic integration and development in Central Africa. While our primary focus is on the Central African region, we also work closely together with regional organizations in Africa to address issues affecting the continent as a whole. Overall, we as ECAS address the many challenges facing the African continent, and we are in agreement with the AfCFTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of ICSAS. I now call upon the Chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States.
Good day to all excellencies, all distinguished guests, and delegations. Representing the Economic Community of West African States, better known as ECOWAS, is Candace Khumalo. ECOWAS is a regional economic union of 15 West African countries, which is dedicated to accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. ECOWAS has taken several actions to support its theme, including negotiating and consulting with other African regional economic communities and the AU Commission to ensure the necessary legal and institutional frameworks in place, developing a regional AfCFTA strategy to harmonize policies and regulations, establishing a regional AfCFTA secretariat to oversee implementation, and engaging with stakeholders to establish a consensus around implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of ECOWAS. I now call upon the Chairperson of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development.
Your Excellencies, all heads and representatives of states, all protocol observed. My name is Kumoja Makalanesa, the chairperson of the Intergovernmental Authority of Development, which was created in 1996. It stretches over 5.5 million kilometers, comprising of Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda, Djibouti, and Eritrea. The agreement establishing IGAD identified areas of cooperation amongst member states
And in addressing these diverse areas of cooperation in a manageable manner, the overreaching IGAD regional strategy regrouped them under 4 pillars as follows. The first pillar is the agricultural, natural resource and environment. The second one is the economic cooperation, integration and social development. The third being the peace and security and humanitarian affairs. And the last being the cooperation, development and services. The aim of IGAD is to ensure the promotion of joint development strategies and gradually harmonizing microeconomic policies and programs in the social, technological, and scientific fields, harmonizing policies with regard to trade customs in order to promote and achieve the free movement of goods and services and people within the region so that we can build the economy of Africa and nurture the future of young people, creating an enabling environment for foreign, cross-border and domestic trade and investment. We largely and lastly want to put it out there that our main aim is to push and accelerate the African Continental Free Trade Agreement so that we can promote regional interconnectivity and we can be able to work together in order to push the mandate of ensuring that Africa has a bigger and brighter future in economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson of IGAD. At this point, let me call upon the Chairperson of the Southern African Development Community.
The High Table, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, all protocol observed, I greet you all. Standing before you today is Lorika Mashaba, the Chairperson of the Southern African Development Community. SADC comprises of 16 member states that aim at working towards a better regional integration that will help combat the common issues that we face as a region. These issues include poverty and youth unemployment. The SADC aims at achieving economic development, peace and security, growth, alleviate poverty, and enhance the standard and quality of life of the people of Southern Africa. We hope that as we unite with other regions through the African Union, we will be able to fulfill our goals and achieve even greater integration throughout the continent through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair of SADC. Her Excellency, the Chair of the Assembly, allow me to collectively thank the Excellencies and the Chairpersons for their messages of support for the AfCFTA. Your Excellencies, Ministers, allow me to now hand over to Her Excellency, the Chairperson of the Assembly, Her Excellency, the President of the Union of Comoros, to hereafter direct the program.
Your Excellency, Siphelele Matalo, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host, Your Excellency Banati Lukelani, the Chairperson of the Commission, Ms. Lazola Zuma, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, which is the theme being discussed today, all heads of state, all heads of RECs being represented, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, standing before you and piloting this flight is Elizabeth Chokwe, the President of Comoros Island and the Chairperson of the AU. It is with great honor to welcome you to Addis Ababa. With the power invested in me, I am officially opening the floor to the excellencies of representatives in each country to make submissions of their statements. At this point, allow me to recognize Her Excellency, President of the Republic of Algeria.
Thank you, Chairperson. The head table, Excellencies, protocol observed. Revolutionary greetings to you all. The agenda of today will be on acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. As the As the Democratic People's Republic of Algeria, we agree to be partially part of the acceleration of African Continental Free Trade Agreement. However, as the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, we face problems we have major problems, and one of them is terrorism. Having reflected on our statistics on terrorism, there is an average of 6.02% from 2002 until 2021. As the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, we therefore urge with the AU to intervene by drafting a charter that will collaborate us with African countries that have a same terrorism issue. The African Union could intervene in the matter by introducing peace and security. As the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, we have tried to implement efforts to strengthen law enforcement and judicial capabilities, expand aviation and border security. And in the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, our biggest export is oil, and our country depends on the profit made by exporting oil. Oil exports are at risk as terrorist groups are targeting on attacking the harbors that export oil. Being part of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will assist us in improving our GDP and economic growth. However, due to our terrorism issue, as the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, we cannot contribute in any other way in accelerating the implementation of the AfCFTA, besides being partially involved and partially agreeing, as our terrorist issue remain our first priority. Conclusively, AU should provide a platform for us to collaborate with other states that we share the same issues with. Then providing a platform will allow us to share ideas and innovate ways that we could implement in order to combat terrorism in a regional level. And that way, that will allow us, as the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, to be more involved in accelerating the AfCFTA. Thank you.
I thank you. Straight away, I'll recognize Her Excellency, the President of Angola.
Good afternoon, fellow excellencies, honorable chairs of the African Union, and honorable delegates. I'm Iman, President of Angola, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to address this esteemed assembly today. As a member of the African Union from the country of Angola, we completely agree with the theme of the year 2023 as the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation. Angola is one of the major oil producers and exporters of Africa and a member of the OPEC. Angola's economy continued to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic in 2022, supported by higher oil prices, improved oil production, and resilient non-oil activity. Growth is estimated at 3.5% for 2023. Headline inflation declined significantly to 13.8% at the end of December 2022, driven by lower global food prices, a stronger kwanza, and previous efforts by the central bank to tighten monetary policy. The non-oil primary deficit increased in 2022 following higher than expected budgeted capital expenditure and higher than expected fuel subsidy costs. Overall growth is expected to continue in the 2023 and reach about 4% in the medium term, as the government's structural reform agenda supports the non-oil sector. From the FDI perspective, the AfCFTA presents an opportunity for Angola into sectors other than oil and gas, such as mining, infrastructure, energy, and agriculture. Our government is fully aware of the need to leverage the benefits of the AfCFTA to position regional partners to look and invest in Angola's infrastructure. We are working with various multilateral institutions to improve the country's regulatory environment, such as the World Bank, on improving the judiciary environment, or the IMF continued technical assistance in improving fiscal management. Our focus on economic diversification will be supported by a soon-to-be-released national development plan that is being developed with the assistance with well-known consulting firm McKinsey. This will set the scene for the next couple of years and will certainly consider the benefits of regional integration. A strong Angola will be beneficial to West African and Southern African economy, given the democratic importance of the SADC population being more than 350 million people, a demonstration of the impact that this economy can have from a GDP growth perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Benin.
Your Excellencies, Chair, Ministers, Member States, and all protocol, bonjour. I am Lesego Dinake, the President of Benin. The AfCFTA is a flagship which is aimed at the creation of a single African economy with the purpose of providing a broader and deeper economic integration that will attract investments and boost Africa. Berlin is one of the largest cotton producers in the country, contributing to 40% of the GDP, and our economy is heavily reliant on agriculture. This sector accounts for 29.4% of Benin's GDP and employs an estimated 38% of the workforce, which comprises of our youth. We are calling upon Nigeria to join us in collaborating towards the exchange of expert skills and development among the youth, with focuses placed on trade due to the existing relationship that we have with our neighboring country. In our case, we believe in the promotion of the APAYE, the African Plan of Action for Youth Employment 2019 to 2023, for all member states, as strategic investment in the youth will help break intergenerational poverty, address inequalities, and ensure a stable, peaceful, and prosperous Africa. In accelerating free trade, we urge you to invest in youth participation among the different regions towards policy making and trade. Secondly, it is with this objective that the money exempted from the trade agreement tariffs in Berlin be injected towards a fund called the Welfare Import-Export Fund, WIEF, that focuses on the acceleration of free trade in markets that are dominant in our regions. It is time African regions came together to act as a solidarity in tackling socio-economic issues that affect us all. Merci beaucoup.
I would like to, thank you. I'd like to further recognize the Republic of Botswana.
Good day to the Chair, Excellencies, fellow distinguished members of the African Union. We would like to provide our recognition and sincerest gratitude to the nation of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, as well to the High Table, Excellencies, and heads of state of government for hosting the summit. My name is Jared Gallen, President of the Republic of Botswana. We as Botswana wholeheartedly reinforce the focus on the acceleration of the Continental Free Trade Area, as it would be garnering tremendous traction in developing Botswana's and Africa's energy supply. The energy of Botswana is substantially dependent on other AU nation members. Our nation is primarily powered by brown energy. In elucidation, 99% of Botswana's source of energy is coal, 52% of which is imported, with only 1% of it being green energy. The lack of independent power producers and limited private investment largely hinders our nation's access to electricity. While energy is a challenge to our nation's development, it proposes daring opportunities to all fellow members of the AU and especially SADC. Alongside our National Integrated Resources Plan, Botswana declares to set 15% of our energy supply sourced from renewable sources by 2030. Distinguished members, our proposal is transparent. Botswana wishes to increase the access to clean energy. To import low-cost energy materials through the free trade area is largely beneficial for the member states that too scramble to attain energy materials. Our goals are central to the collaboration with other SADC countries that face similar energy challenges. Consequently, accelerating the implementation of the free trade area is necessary for the groundwork of other African countries to embark with us in our plans to allow for economic growth. The creation of new energy resources and sources leads to job creation and new investment for young people, an unmistakable win-win for us Africans. We as Africans must pursue new energy projects through the creation of the free trade area in Africa to integrate our energy projects to improving our industrial and agricultural sectors. Once again, Botswana fully supports accelerating the creation of the Continental Free Trade Area. We extend our appeal to all members here today to back the acceleration of the Free Trade Agreement uncontested. Thank you, Your Excellencies and High Table.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to further recognize the President of Burkina Faso, His Excellency.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union Member States, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is mainly the theme under this discussion, all heads of regional economic communities here present, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the President of Burkina Faso. Today's focus is mainly on the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Continental Free Trade Area is the main issues faced by Burkina Faso is limited economic diversification. And ladies and gentlemen, we are dealing with heavy reliance on the agricultural sector, which accounts for over 30% of the country's GDP and employs most of the population. As part of the Union countries, we believe in African solidarity and bringing change. Burkina Faso believes in the acceleration of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as it will benefit the countries with resolving issues that exist within them. Here are strategies that our country intends to implement, engaging in bilateral negotiations. In our case, by engaging in these negotiations, Burkina Faso could establish trade relationships and partnerships that mainly align with the principles of the African trade area. Our country can achieve this by joining regional trade blocs, such as the Economic Community of West African States, and like as we mentioned, by negotiating trade agreements with other African countries. We aim to promote economic diversification. Accelerating the implementation will require a concert effort from governments, the private sector, as well as the civil society. If successful, the African Continental Free Trade Area has the potential to transform the African continent and create opportunities for trade as well as economic growth. Burkina Faso can promote economic diversification by identifying sectors that have potential for growth and expansion. This can be achieved by providing incentives and support to businesses in these sectors, such as tax breaks, subsidies, and access to finance. Diversification will not only create jobs, but also enhance our country's competitiveness in the African continental free trade area market. Strengthening intra-African trade, Burkina Faso can accelerate the implementation by promoting intra-African trade. This can be achieved by prioritizing the production of goods and services that are in high demand in the African market, while also encouraging exports to other African countries. Additionally, the country can create policies and regulations that support trade facilitation and reduce trade barriers. We are of the view that the acceleration of the implementation will benefit the whole continent, not Burkina Faso only, in a manner that promotes sustainable development, good government, a peaceful as well as a secure Africa, mainly to eradicate poverty, which is the main objective. In conclusion, these above mentioned initiatives will not only help to promote economic growth and development, but also enhance the country's competitiveness within the African free trade continental trade market. Also, implementing these strategies will help with improving economic diversification, infrastructure, as well as trade facilitation policies. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, allow me to pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Burundi.
Greetings to all esteemed guests, Your Excellencies, the heads of respective states, all heads of RECs here present, and all protocols observed. Standing before you, my name is Pogu Tletlatjayo, and I am the President of the Republic of Burundi. The aim of the AfCFTA is to reduce trade barriers between African countries and open the states up to vast markets within the continent, ultimately creating a network of trade and increase the industrialization of African countries. This means that the vast array of raw materials on our continent will be harvested in Africa, manufactured in Africa, and sold largely to the continent and then to the world. Food insecurity in the Republic of Burundi is a prevalent and ongoing impediment to the socio-economic development of the country, despite the well-known fact that the agricultural sector of this country is the tool that maintains life in Burundi. Civil society cannot attest to this as they grapple with hunger every day. Burundi recognizes the need for a borderless African trade system. It would be beneficial to all who take part, allowing us to trade our raw materials and/or services to be exposed to manufacturing markets with the hope of expanding our respective sectors and advance the collective goal of industrializing Africa. However, there are economic development goals that Burundi would like to realize before fully committing ourselves to a trade barrier-free Africa. Goals we need to realize before we can even compete within the continent. One such policy includes our National Development Plan that aims to structurally transform the economy and create different jobs, which will lead to improved social welfare. We propose that, in the case of Burundi, that we promote the strengthening of bilateral trade relationships. We also propose that before the implementation of the AfCFTA, the AU also recognize the need for a continental currency, as we believe this will allow us to trade more efficiently and encourage investment flows within the continent. It will also strengthen our stability as a continent against external shocks. We look forward to collaborating with the different member states and the African Union at large to create the Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize the President, Her Excellency of Cape Verde.
Good day to all, good day to my fellow excellencies, presidents, ministers, and everyone at large. The Cape Verdean economy is facing a social and economic emergency. Our country is ravaged with economic crisis. Inflation in our country has increased to 1.8%. As a result of high energy prices, the Ukraine war, COVID-19 crisis, and public debt has increased. The COVID-19 pandemic has depleted our economic and emergency funds, and it has limited our progress in terms of increasing our population's standard of living. Unemployment has risen from 11.3% to 14.5%. Poverty levels are at an all-time high at 31.6%. Our country is rich with resources such as oil, fishery, and cereals, and Cape Verde is susceptible to drought, volcanic eruptions, and floods. This is a prosperous agreement that will in future help our developing country. We choose to abstain from the Continental Free Trade as our inflation levels are at an all-time high. As the President of Cape Verde, national interest is my top priority. I recently announced a state of an emergency in Cape Verde. Our Cape Verdeans are at a risk of malnutrition due to droughts. The pandemic has disrupted our biggest industry, tourism, which added to 25% of our GDP. Our country has to refrain in order to mobilize and diversify our resources and economy. Cape Verde cannot partake in the world's biggest free trade agreement if protection measures to help the most vulnerable in our country are not met. Cape Verde is negotiating with the AU and international community at large for funds and foreign investments. These funds will be used to eradicate some of the effects caused by climate change and COVID-19. Hence, we need to facilitate diplomatic measures that will ensure that we trade with more African countries after this resolution and after we have fixed our problems. During our abstinence, our country will focus on limiting exploitative exports with the Western countries and building networks that are crucial in Africa's economy. The global economy's instability that has been presents a much needed opportunity for our developing country to diversify our economy. This includes applying for loans from foreign investments, which will in turn be a 50-50 agreement since we will offer our resources. This will see us to reshaping our markets and negotiating for better profits gained from states like Portugal. This potential will be used to upgrade the current infrastructure, transport involvement in trade, eliminating trade unethical tariffs. As for climate change, during our abstinence from the free trade agreement, our country has proposed to combat this through renewable energy, to reforestation and investments in our blue economy, and multiple feeding programs to help the most vulnerable. As we're abstaining, we are asking the AU Summit and everyone at large to please help us negotiate with other countries that are taking our resources without any profits. These exploitative measures are hindering everyone in our continent. So please help us as we are abstaining from this trade agreement.
Thank you. Straight away, I'll recognize Her Excellency, President of Cameroon.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host, Your Excellency, the President of Comoros, the Chair of AU Member States, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, Ms. Zuma, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, the theme under discussion, all heads of RECs here present, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Palesa Kena, and I am the President of the Cameroon. Globally, Cameroon is one of the richest lands that possess good quality soil, fit enough for agricultural purposes. In fact, agriculture is one of the main boosters of the economy in Cameroon. Our first commercial breakthrough was in 1997 in the Petika oil field, where the commercialization of oil became a mainstream economic source of expansion for Cameroon. And that entire journey began in Rio del Rey Basin 15. The mass production of oil has become a major economic powerhouse in the mining industry, with its GDP running at 70% and has been increasingly growing since 2008. One of the flagship projects of the Agenda 2063 is the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Its aim is to boost intra-African trade and to create one African market. We as Cameroon do believe that our nation can contribute greatly to this 2023 theme, forgive me. However, we cannot compete well and get the Africa that we want if we have impediments. One of the challenges for Cameroon is how to maximize the potential benefits from her natural resources to avoid the underdevelopment path that was the trajectory of most of other oil-producing countries in Africa, such as Sudan, Angola, and Nigeria. With that said, we partially agreed to the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area simply because we ourselves need to dig deep to solve our impediment, which is the shortage of our crude oil. And to find solutions to this problem, we need the assistance of this assembly. Cameroon is open to working with African businesses and African states so that we can create a viable economic industry for all Africans, and is an opportunity for these states who have experience in the manufacturing of crude oil to come participate in this opportunity of African business. Thus, we call upon member states to work with us so that we can build the Africa that we want.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Central African Republic.
Thank you. I would like to start by extending my greetings and gratitude to Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency, the President of Comoros, and the Chair of the African Union Member States, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, all heads of REC that are here and present. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Angela Kumalo, and I am the President of the Central African Republic. Education is the key link to a multitude of development frameworks that are needed in the Central African Republic. Education not only provides a space for people to learn, but to grow as individuals and contribute to the growth of our country, and by extent, the growth of Africa. We, Central African Republic, seek to support with the theme of this year, as we believe that it will enable us to further educate our people and gain the necessary skills to develop our country, and in future, help the development of Africa. By investing in the need to educate the people of Central African Republic with a specific focus on empowering and uplifting the youth and women to be at the same standard as those of their counterparts, the hope is to create an environment of a progressive and peaceful Africa that does not threaten the lives of those marginalized. The AfCFTA can help alleviate the issues of education within our country by creating a conducive environment for public investment within the education sector that seeks to further develop our education system. Through the public and private investments, a system of sharing resources and practices among countries will further promote regional integration and cooperation within education. Through this initiative, we hope to build a more diverse and inclusive education system. Overall, the AfCFTA has the potential to create a more vibrant and dynamic education sector within the Central African Republic and across the region, which will ultimately benefit the country's economy and people, and by extent, Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, allow me to recognize Her Excellency, the President of Chad.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, the President of Comoros, the Chair of African Union Member States, Your Excellence, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, all heads REC here present, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Namhla Kuta and I am the President of the Republic of Chad. As part of its mandate, the African Continental Free Trade Area is to eliminate trade barriers and boost intra-Africa trade. It is to advance trade in value-added production across all service sectors of the African economy. The African Continental Free Trade Area will contribute to establishing a regional value chains in Africa, enabling investment and job creation. The acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation is a very intriguing prospect of ours, is a very intriguing mandate proposed. However, the prospect of our state is that African Continental Free Trade Area might have a negative impact. On our case, the state is not ready to compete with the African industrial giants, as well as the fate of revenue for the country. The African Continental Free Trade Area implementation is unlikely to elevate the Chad's trade with the state parties due to the shortcomings noted in terms of productive complementarity, in addition, infrastructure deficit. Non-tariff barriers such as insecurity, corruption are likely to limit the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Area on intra-regional trade. The sectors that might or likely expand in our country are cotton, cattle, in addition, gold leather. However, there will be a decline in sugar, cement, as well as flour. With that being stated, the country trusts that having an effective online monitoring mechanism for non-tariff barriers, as they form a major component of the cost of trade. Strengthening communication on the African Continental Free Trade Area to all stakeholders would be a prominent initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, allow me to recognize Her Excellency, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Comoros Islands.
Your Excellencies, Head of States, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, esteemed guests, all protocol observed, I greet you all. Standing on behalf of Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Tina Ludit, I represent a nation that concurs with the acceleration of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Our state has been adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, with the economy shrinking by 1.4% in 2020. Despite this, we remain committed to pursuing economic growth and development. And now that we have ratified with the treaty, we know the AfCFTA represents a unique opportunity for us to achieve this goal. I bring attention to the numerous challenges we face that limit our ability to participate in the global economic market, namely limited resources, lack of infrastructure, and climate change. Our most pressing issue is the incapability to procure sufficient food to meet the nutritional requirements of our people. Our nation recognizes that it is impossible to attempt to grow our economy without a workforce of citizens healthy enough to contribute to the economy. The high cost of importing food from our current trade partners is simply unsustainable. The tariffs imposed on imports has resulted in our nation enduring an increase in the inflation rate of up to 12.5% for the year 2022. Our efforts to ease the blow of inflation to our citizens only allows for a slow recovery process for our country's economy. Efforts by the World Bank and the IMF have assisted in alleviating the economic struggles faced by the state, although these efforts have come to a halt. Fellow Excellencies, our proposal is as follows. As Comoros is strategically located at the crossroads of major international shipping routes, it makes it ideal as a gateway to East Africa and beyond. We propose multilateral trade, as the state can become a hub for trade and investment, attracting new business and investors to our shores. We also offer natural resources, some that are highly valued around the world. By promoting intra-African trade, we can share these resources with our neighbors and strengthen our economy. We also propose that the AfCFTA should provide special measures for small and vulnerable economies, including technical assistance and capacity building. This will provide assurance that no country is left behind in the quest for economic growth and development. Therefore, we believe that the AfCFTA will provide us with the opportunity to increase intra-African trade, which will help us to access more affordable and nutritious food options. It will further help us diversify our economy and create jobs for our citizens. We acknowledge that by increasing trade with our African partners, we unlock significant economic potential. As I conclude, I urge all member states to support the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation through the aforementioned proposal. The Comoros Islands fully supports this initiative and looks forward to working with our African partners to create a more prosperous and equitable future for all our citizens. We thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Fellow Excellencies, please pay attention to time and keep track of your time when submitting your statements. I'd like to further recognize Her Excellency, the Republic of Congo.
Thank you. Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, and all protocol observed. I am Nompumelelo Madonsela, the President of the Republic of Congo. We, the Republic of Congo, recognize the significance of the African Continental Free Trade Area in promoting economic growth and development on the continent. The theme of the Year of the African Union is acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation, which undergoes the need for member states to expedite the implementation of the agreement. This position paper outlines our stance on the topic and highlights some of the challenges that other countries may relate to in the implementation process. The Republic of Congo, like many other countries, faces several challenges. These challenges include inadequate infrastructure, low productivity, low value addition, limited access to finance, and low levels of industrialization. In response to these challenges, the Republic of Congo is investing in infrastructure development, including the construction of railways and ports to improve trade connectivity. Our country is also supporting small and medium-sized enterprises to provide more job opportunities to the youth. We believe that the AfCFTA presents a unique opportunity for African countries to boost intra-African trade and promote economic growth and development. The agreement provides a platform for member states to expand their markets, increase competitiveness, and create more jobs for their citizens. The Republic of Congo fully supports the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation process, which will enable the continent to reap the full benefits of the agreement. We also recognize that the successful implementation of the AfCFTA will require concerted effort from all the member states. In this regard, we have taken several measures to promote trade and economic development. For instance, the country has invested in improving its infrastructure, particularly in the transport sector. The government has also implemented measures to reduce non-tariff barriers and promote trade facilitation. Additionally, we are committed to enhancing its institutional and human capacity to support the implementation of the AfCFTA. If African countries fully implement the AfCFTA, the continent's GDP is expected to increase by $450 billion by 2045. This will also increase intra-African trade by 52.3%, promoting economic diversification, job creation, poverty reduction, and industrialization. However, if this issue is not addressed urgently, the African continent risks losing its potential to unlock economic growth and development. The African Union member states need to prioritize the implementation of the AfCFTA agreement to realize the full potential of the agreement. In conclusion, the Republic of Congo is committed to supporting the AfCFTA and is taking concrete steps to accelerate the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency. At this point of our program, please allow me to announce a break from now till 1 o'clock. Let's keep to time. At 1 o'clock, let's be seated. Thank you.
Her Excellency.
You did good, and then we got the message that you need to time them. So I was like, okay, because none of us was actually, because we were scared, because they're saying national tip, international tip. No, the thing is, what I keep doing,
All protocols observed.
Yeah,
Her Excellency.
What?
Yeah, because imagine message up and somebody's trying to call.
Done, lady.
Well done.
Please.
Impendulo yethu uyeba inenkani.
each country speak 2 minutes 30 seconds.
From that to 3 minutes. Would you want to come to the stage or you want to speak from there? You're okay coming up and down? Make a decision. 3, 2, 1, make a decision.
Sit down.
You want to speak from there?
Sit down. Yeah.
Are you sure?
That'll be easier. Then I'll put the mic on your head.
Okay, but then my keka ito bereka if for an example, this is got 30 minutes. We have 30 seconds. But sorry, we have 30 seconds.
Yeah, but just pay, if it goes beyond, just let them speak 2:30, 2:30 something. You see like it will go way beyond.
Yeah, like also Thoma paragraph.
Yes, in that regard. Don't just because it's 2:30, like hey. So don't just
We actually wanted to clarify when the chairperson is present, does the AUC chairperson like almost open the floor? Just the AU
closes the session. You can close after.
Oh, she closes the session?
Yes, you
and
can
then I close after her.
But usually, I think we should just leave it as close, or you want to close after?
No, I don't. That's what I'm asking. I don't
No,
mind anything.
she'll just close, and then after when we take a group photo, we give you to the front.
Okay, yeah. Okay, be honest now. Whose eyes are on us? My bag.
All I know is that I've just been advocating for a break since I don't know how long. If you guys are late, I'm in trouble because I've been pushing. Like, no, these guys have been here for years. I woke up at 4 a.m. to do that. The ambassador is still there. And the president was there as well. He left at a point.
No, he's
Oh. And Lennon also said yes, another meeting, so he left. But more people are actually. Yeah, more people are there. Even when I'm sending, they are not watching you. They are watching you. Stay seated.
Let's look pretty red then.
Yeah, do it. Do it. Because the moment the camera changes to her, all of you guys are doing. Yes, because the background also has, before they zoom to the face.
People are saying we look scary up here. Actually, you
Is
know.
it?
So, yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, you say?
Actually, I feel like I do.
On science. Yeah, but for protocol, the chairperson.
Oh, I just put down.
Sorry, no problem. Text me just in case I need you to do something. When she... No, she can. You just because you want to speak for that time.
Yeah.
Just so that in case there's something you need.
Oh, okay.
You can let her. Let me tell something. But don't make it. You can do that and at a point just stick. Because I feel like everybody knows, okay, it's me. You want
random.
Yeah. It makes sense to you.
Are we also gonna get access to the recording? The link of the recording?
They should.
Because I know we're watching live now, but obviously there's.
Yeah, afterward, they should be able to save it for you guys to see us. I tried to take a video of you guys up there, but I don't have the same quality. I don't even know where my phone is. I think that's right. The whole video. Okay. You good?
Can you converse then? Just check when the screen is on. So that you can live. Yes, please.
Esteemed delegates, is everybody back from lunch or from break or from tea? Is every country that hasn't presented its president back? So we can proceed with the day. Okay, thank you.
Welcome back, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, delegates. We are about to proceed with the program. Okay. Straight away, I'd like to recognize Her Excellency, President of Sao Tome and Principe.
Delegates, just to make a note, now we're going to keep like a timer running. So when you have 30 seconds left, we'll let you know that you have 30 seconds left and you need to wrap up your speech just so we can keep to time for everyone's sake. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ministers, chairs, and all protocols observed. Boa tarde, bonjour. Standing here is Luyanda Nyanza for Sao Tome Príncipe. Sao Tome Príncipe is a beautiful nation, an island off the coast of Central Africa with a population of just over 200,000 people. We are rich in sugarcane, cocoa, and coffee. However, we are heavily dependent on cocoa exports, which account for over 90% of our total exports. This leaves us vulnerable to fluctuations in cocoa prices and makes it difficult for our economy to diversify and grow. In order to address this issue, our government has been implementing policies such as the Food Security and Agricultural Sector National Policy, which is aimed at promoting economic diversification. Such as investing in tourism, fisheries, and renewable energy, we've also been working to improve the business climate and attract foreign investment. Being a part of the AfCFTA can assist with the main economic problem of our country. By opening up new markets for its non-cocoa exports, we urge the AfCFTA to create a single market for goods and services among its member countries, which could also help us diversify our exports and reduce our dependence on cocoa. Additionally, the AfCFTA can provide opportunities for foreign investment in our country, as investors may be attracted to our access to a larger regional market. The AfCFTA presents a significant opportunity for African countries to boast intra-African trade and stimulate economic growth. We believe that through this implementation, it'll give us an opportunity to a bigger market and diversify our exports. Obrigado.
Thank you. Allow me to pass the baton to His Excellency, the President of United Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Chair of the African Union, the Chair of the African Union Commission, the Excellencies from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, and all other excellencies, all protocol observed. Standing before you is the President of Tanzania, Lerato Dolo. Since the time of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, the United Republic of Tanzania has always been a proponent of regional integration. Tanzania is also committed to the goals of the African Union in promoting economic growth, sustainable development, and regional integration. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a step towards achieving these goals as a member of the AU. Tanzania has the responsibility to actively participate in the implementation of the AfCFTA. Tanzania recognizes the potential benefits of the AfCFTA and is committed to the principles of regional integration. The government of Tanzania has already taken steps to reduce trade barriers and promote trade liberalization through the East African Community and the Southern African Development Community. We have done this cautiously. We are working on putting in place measures to protect local industries and ensure the agreements of benefits all Tanzanians. We are for a longer implementation period for the elimination of tariffs to allow local industries to adjust to the new market conditions. We are committed to regional integration and recognize the potential benefits of the AfCFTA. We are committed to implementing the agreement in a way that is consistent with our national development priorities. We're also committed to providing sustainable development and protecting the environment in the implementation of the agreement. We look forward to working with our partners in the AU, EAC, and SADC to ensure effective implementation of the agreement and hope to achieve the goals of regional integration and sustainable development in Africa. Asante.
Thank you. Straight away, I'll recognize His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Greetings, honorable member states and everyone at large. Standing before you present is the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Richard Mashiko. The motion cuts straight to the chase, and I wouldn't want to waste any further time. How is the acceleration of the implementation of the AfCFTA going to benefit or aid the Kingdom of Eswatini? The AfCFTA is a free trade agreement upon which 54 member states, within the aim of creating a single continental market for goods and services with a free movement of people and investments. By doing so, it hopes to boost the intra-African trade, which currently only accounts to 16% of the total African trade, as compared to 59% in Asia and 69% in Europe. How will this benefit Eswatini? Eswatini would like that other countries heavily relies on the exports of primary goods such as sugar, timber, and cotton. This means that it is subject to the volatility of commodity prices, fluctuation of global demand by joining the AfCFTA. It can diversify its economy and export basket by tapping into the potential of the African market, which is projected to have combined a consumer and business spending of 6.7 trillion by 2030. According to the study done by the development of the Bank of Eswatini, it's projected to benefit from an increase in the export by 5.5% due to the AfCFTA. However, the challenges that face Eswatini propose that the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation, as well as how other AU members can help Eswatini. One of the main challenges Eswatini could face is the competition from other African countries, especially those that are more developed and have a comparative advantage in certain industries.
10 seconds.
Okay, in conclusion, Eswatini would partially agree with the FACTA, and accelerating the FACTA would critically promote economic growth and development by providing access to the new markets and diversify exports baskets. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to further pass the baton to His Excellency, the President of Gambia.
Bebe awayenzo lukati mwenza ulise ya mwenza na mtani nasikari.
Honorable Chair of the African Union, Honorable Chair of the African Union Commission, the Prime Minister of the Federation of Ethiopia, Secretary General, the House at its fullest capacity. Before you is the President of the Gambia. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just bring it to you that the movement of goods have benefited the numerous European countries, and not only did it just do that, but it built their economies. I tell you about the industry in Germany. I tell you about the services that are actually existing in the UK, not forgetting the manufacturing industry in China. Ladies and gentlemen, the wealthiest continent that is known here is Africa, but unfortunately, we are the ones that are suffering in this regard, and we are very wealthy when it comes to the natural resources. How's at its fullest capacity? I tell you that it is one of the saddest parts that all these three sectors are heavily dependent on the natural resources that we are producing, but unfortunately, we are the ones who are suffering. The two problems that we are having in this regard is the limitations and the cost of movement of goods. 50 million of our people are trapped in extreme poverty. A potential of 11.2% wage increase is hindered. Enough about the conversation of colonization. I call upon you, all African leaders, that your people need you. I call upon you on working together to eliminate the trade barriers and boost the intra-Africa trade. Let me tell you about the national interest of my country. Half of my population, ladies and gentlemen, is not having access to electricity. 70% of my population does not have safe drinking water. I don't want to talk about the stagnant progress of our infrastructure. However, with the implementation of the motion, we are actually going to be exposed to a higher market of about 1.2 billion. Secondly, we are going to have an increased GDP of $2.5 billion, a 4 trillion consumer and business spending funds. However, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's enough for us to continue conversating about the plans. This is our action as the Gambia. We believe that the creation of a single market is going to be beneficial to us. Firstly, we are telling you that we want to invest in the export of our continent. Moreover, before we actually go beyond the borders of our country. Secondly, we want to mobilize each and every country within our continent so as to ensure that we are not vulnerable in this regard. And lastly, we tell you that because we value relations, we want to ensure that there's going to be an extensional organ that is going to operate this whole thing so as to ensure that we are operating in the best way for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I believe we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize the President of the Arabic Republic of Egypt, Her Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum to Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, our host, to Her Excellency, the President of Comoros, the Chair of the AU member states, Her Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, Ms. Zuma, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area of today's theme, All heads of RECs here present, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Letabo Malega, and I am here, and I am the president of the Arabic Republic of Egypt. As Africans, we are each other's harvest, we are each other's business, we are each other's magnitude, and more significantly, we are each other's bond. But this can only be possible through teamwork, as teamwork not only divides the task, but it multiplies success as a whole. It is factual that Africa's trading patterns has been shaped by its history of colonialism, given that most African countries retain their allegiances in trading with former colonizers and friends of colonizers. It is in this view that the African Continental Free Trade Area must be seen as an important trading protocol that will help Africa to undo its colonial trading patterns. For Egypt, the first 5 trading partners are non-African countries, and it's concerning given that we spend more on imports and exports because of proximity. It is in this view that the African Continental Free Trade Area will grant Egypt access to a larger market for goods and services, which will not only help create employment, but will ultimately improve the country's infrastructure as well as create more sustainable economic growth. We as the Arabic Republic of Egypt are well positioned to take advantage of the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation, as it will strengthen ties amongst ourselves and other African countries. Thus, we accept the motion. Measures that can be adopted to support this motion in Egypt include enacting policies and regulations that are consistent with African Continental Free Trade, with the African Continental Free Trade goals of promoting trade and investment, engaging in capacity building, and involving the private sector in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. In order to reach this objective in Egypt and the rest of Africa, states and government of different African nations must work together indefinitely for a better and united Africa for all. One possible option is to increase trade with African countries through targeted outreach and collaboration. Another possible approach is to implement policies that encourage trade between Egypt and African countries, such as lowering tariffs, providing subsidies or other financial incentives to enterprises that do business with African counterparts, or establishing free trade zones dedicated to African trade. I thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to further pass the baton to Her
Honourable
Excellency, the President of Republic du Niger.
Bonjour, Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the Commission, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, Your Excellency, President Comoros, the Chair of African Union Member States, Excellencies, Heads of States and Government here present, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is President Gwilizi of the Republic of Niger. Niger is honored to count itself amongst member states who have signed and ratified the AfCFTA agreement. We believe the agreement will aid in tackling the challenge of inequality among our women and children. With it tackling this issue, we will fully be able to commit ourselves to the trading amongst the continent. Currently, 76% of girls in Niger are married off before they reach 18. We are one of the leading countries in child marriage. Poverty among our females is at a rise of 75% of them living below the poverty line. There is an evident social inequality between our men and women. We are also facing illiteracy more on the side of our females. The Niger has had an action plan of the Plan International that has placed child protection committees throughout Niger and has provided them with the tools to protect the rights of young girls. We are, however, hoping for more help. We recognize that the government of Morocco has placed a constitution that promotes equal protection and the rights for both genders, and that South Africa has implemented the affirmative action approach. We humbly request that they provide us with assistance on the matter of gender inequality. Upon us signing the agreement, it had stated that the Trust supports and mobilizes civil society network on issues ending child marriage. In them supporting this initiative, we ask that they provide experts to help solve this matter. We believe that they can help us empower and educate our women so that they too can contribute in our trading and the economy of their country. They can work with us towards negotiations and development of the protocol on women and youth in trade with our current issue. In closing, we cannot have one trading market based on one gender. That would mean we are divided. Educate our women, educate our men, and educate us all. I thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Malawi.
Heads of Excellence, esteemed guests, all protocols observed. Africa is a sleeping giant, and this is one of the leading philosophies that has spoke deeply to the heart of Malawi to conduct its confidence in the AfCFTA agreement. This is Angel Msia, the President of Malawi. Malawi is a major producer of tobacco, cotton, and textiles, exporting $92.4 million to Germany, $70 billion to Ukraine, and $70 billion to Russia. Africa is the rightful leader of the world's next industrial revolution. So Malawi endorsed the AfCFTA in its hopes that it would help open trade with Africans rather than non-Africans. This reality is proving difficult for Malawi because of our transportation infrastructure is deteriorating. We are an inland country and our geographical location makes it difficult to trade effectively with our neighboring countries. Despite our export revenue, Malawi exported a total of $947 million in 2021. Malawi would like to use these figures to inspire African countries to buy African products, as this will improve African countries' GDPs extensively. Malawi would like to present the following potential solutions, along with the wise words, "No man is an island." Malawi wishes to establish a trade relationship with its neighbors Mozambique, which has a harbor of transportation of exports. This would allow Malawi to expand its trade routes even further, while extending a hand of benefits to its already established exports network via the AfCFTA. This has a further impact on raw material ecosystem that Africa already possesses, facilitating a continental wealth distribution. Malawi has shown great improvements in its economy by practicing the AfCFTA in having bilateral relationships with neighboring countries like Zambia, Tanzania, Mozambique. This further extrapolates by our recently signed one-stop border post with Zambia to ease the movement of traders between the two countries. This is a clear indication of how collaboration makes things easier. However, Malawi would like to appeal to all excellencies present here today to show active participation by spreading the AfCFTA mandate by the removal of trade barriers like taxes, harsh immigration procedures that hinder the safe and secure movement of traders. In conclusion, Malawi would like to remind delegates that Africa must be known not only for its good policies that look good on paper, but also the ability to implement realistic solutions in order to prosper. It is time to awaken the sleeping giant, and Vision 2063 will open Africa's doors to industrial revolution. Through great collaboration, we therefore call upon all African countries to fully support the AfCFTA efforts in making an Africa that is not shadowed by its history, but roars of authority in its giant state. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to recognize the Foreign Affairs Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency.
I would firstly like to extend an honorable and revolutionary greeting to Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of our beloved country, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Her Excellency, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, Her Excellency, Chair of the AUC, Secretary General of the AfCFTA, all member states and regional economic communities, all protocols observed. My name is Andisoma Kyolo, and I am the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a free trade agreement that seeks to liberalize trade by means of eliminating tariffs and non-tariff barriers to allow for trade and the movement of goods and services between member states that have signed and ratified the agreement. Additionally, it exists as a custodian of the development of African states and economies by encouraging efficient and mutually beneficial trade relations. As Ethiopia, we unequivocally and to a substantial extent disagree with the implementation of the AfCFTA. As a state that is equally reliant on the market economy and the income generated by tariffs and non-tariff barriers, Ethiopia's export tariffs and non-tariff barriers average quite a significant portion of our income generated from trade. The expectation and compliance policy aspects of establishing tariff-free lines, therefore, poses a threat to economic development that has no fiscal sustainability for the state of our economy and its growth. This also affects the livelihoods of our population, as 68% of Ethiopians live in poverty, which will be further affected in the case that tariff-free lines are implemented. Additionally, this worsens issues of socio-economic development as unemployment within the youth also increases and food insecurity becomes even more rampant. As part of the proposed solutions, Ethiopia therefore is of the belief that a preferential treatment approach, as per the principle of special and differential treatment stipulated in Article 5 of the treaty establishing the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement, should be implemented with regards to the tariff-free lines that will see a slight reduction in the tariff on exports within less developed and underdeveloped countries. Countries located at higher levels of development, therefore, should be subjected to the policy on tariffs in order to enable fast-track growth with regards to countries located at lower levels of development. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, I'd like to also encourage you to respectfully raise your placards if you want to be recognized, but I'll just continue for now. I'd like to further recognize the President, His Excellency of Islamic Republic of Mauritania.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Greetings to the heads of state for the 55 countries represented, leaders of the RECs, and leaders sharing today's summit. Representing the Islamic Republic of Mauritania is Ralph Tadiwaneshe Musonza. Protocol observed. What brings us here today is the African Continental Free Trade Area and the 2023 African Union theme, which is acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Mauritania has not only signed and ratified the Continental Free Trade Area, but is in full support of its implementation and acceleration. This is because we see its potential at increasing our trade with other African countries and ensuring that we achieve the goals of alleviating poverty as set out in Agenda 2063. Our main problem in Mauritania is food shortages, which is mainly caused by the climate crisis. This is a crisis that is not only affecting Mauritania, but is also affecting other African countries. This has resulted in a food insecurity that has severely impacted our country because the climate crisis has reduced our agricultural capabilities. Another problem that we have is the fact that we do not have enough trade with other African countries, as it only accounts for 8% of our world trade. Our solution to this problem is that we would like to encourage trade and collaboration with the two biggest agricultural producers, that being the Republic of South Africa and the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in exchange for our mineral resources, which account for 50% of our trade. We would also like to accelerate the African Continental Free Trade Area by engaging with more willing African countries. And a final note, we would like to propose that a special envoy be created to tackle climate change within the African Continental Free Trade Area, as this is the issue that's not only impacting us, but other African countries and their ability and also the food insecurity. By this having been created, it will come up with solutions that will alleviate the food insecurity problems that we have. I thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Sierra Leone.
Greetings to you all, the High Table, fellow excellencies, and the head of state, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Khomule Maramokoka. I am the president of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is a country that is rich in wildlife and mineral resources. It is a major producer of gem quality diamonds. However, we had an economic downfall of food insecurity and lack of infrastructure. 57% of people are food insecure, and 26.2% children are starved due to chronic malnutrition. As I am the president, I believe that my country has the potential to become a major player in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the wider African economy. As much as African Continental Free Trade Agreement is a game changer, it also seeks to create a single market for goods and promote intra-African trade and boost the economic growth. The success of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement will depend on how well it is implemented by members of the countries. The problem of food insecurity in our country affects other countries by hindering development, moreover create trade barriers, which will further affect the continent by uncontrolled migration. The government officials are further taking advantage of the support we receive from foreign donors, which also include reducing trade barriers and investing in human capital. Let me end by saying Sierra Leone has a great opportunity to benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and contribute to the economic development of Africa by accelerating the implementation of the agreement. The funding will come from the foreign donors and that support us and our neighboring countries. I urge the government and private sector to work together to realize the vision and build a brighter future for all Sierra Leoneans. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Tunisia.
Good afternoon to the esteemed members of the AU, the High Table, Your Excellencies, delegates, and the members of states. My name is Heaven Solomon, and I stand before you as the President of the Republic of Tunisia. As a nation committed to economic development and regional integration, Tunisia fully supports the acceleration of the AfCFTA. We believe the establishment of the AfCFTA presents a unique opportunity to improve our economic conditions as a state and as a continent by increasing our intra-African trade, boost our economy, and create for African youth Therefore, moving forward, we hope the acceleration of the agreements will help us target other areas of issues, such as our political instability, which has stagnated our economic growth, and our lack of infrastructure and maintenance. As one of the founding members of the African Union, Tunisia has always been committed to the economic integration of the continent. The agreement has aided Tunisian businesses and access new markets and has led to an increase in exports to other African countries. In this regard, we have taken several steps to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA. We have established a national committee to oversee the implementation of the agreement, and we are planning on investing in infrastructure to facilitate trade with other African states. We are fully aware of the challenges that lie ahead in the implementation of the AfCFTA. However, we are confident in this agreement from the outcomes it has presented. As we move forward, we propose a motion through the chair for there to be mandatory national committees for each member state. This committee will be responsible for closely monitoring the implementation process and any obstacles that states might encounter. Furthermore, this committee can work closely with the African peer review mechanism in ensuring that all member states have ratified this agreement and are working towards implementation. Tunisia remains committed to the working with African states to accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA. We believe that this agreement has the potential to transform the African continent, and we are committed to playing our part in its success. As the great Kwame Nkrumah once said, action without thought is empty, and thought without action is blind. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to further pass on and give Côte d'Ivoire, Her Excellency, the stage.
Greetings, the high table, Your Excellencies, all heads of RECs, all protocol observed. My name is Atlahang Mahlangu, and I am the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. The Republic of Côte d'Ivoire fully agrees with the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation. The Republic of Côte d'Ivoire has a literacy rate of about 48.7%, with the female literacy rate hovering around 38.6%. In other words, just about 38.6% of Ivory Coast's total female population above the age of 15 can read and write. The poor educational structure, especially poor girl-child education, also explains the high teenage pregnancy and HIV and AIDS adult prevalence rates in Ivory Coast today. Most school dropouts, especially girls, become pregnant and end up hawking on the streets, and most of the boys who drop out of school end up working like slaves in cocoa farms across the country. Although the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire has implemented a gender in education policy and action plan to promote gender equality in the education system and engage families and communities to encourage children's participation in schools, some citizens are still disadvantaged. The Republic of Côte d'Ivoire regards education, especially education for women and children, as very important. According to our view, low levels of education leads to unemployment, poverty, hunger, and this makes it difficult for governments to focus on improving other sectors when one of the most important ones is shambolic. The Republic of Côte d'Ivoire believes that the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation in Africa will be beneficial for all African countries, as Africa is moving towards a better and more advanced Africa for Africa by Africans. According to the World Bank, Côte d'Ivoire has one of the largest trade costs on the continent, and the implementation of the free trade zone would increase the nation's income by 14%. We, as the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, believe that this can be achieved through African countries working together with each other through student exchange programs, student doctor exchange programs, and investing more in education, and especially education for women and children. With the announced benefits of the AfCFTA being positive and hopes are high as to impact this agreement will have. We as the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire are optimistic about the future of the AfCFTA, that the AfCFTA has to offer African continents, as long as the states in general and the Cote d'Ivoire put in place measures necessary for the implementation of this convention. Merci.
Thank you. At this point, allow me to recognize Her Excellency, the President of South Sudan.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host. Your Excellency, the President of Comoros, the Chair of the African Union Member States. Ms. Zuma, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is the theme that we are discussing today. All heads of REX here present and every other protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, Tahat Mutemat Jiban Lagum Jamin. Standing before you is President Keratilwe Semata of South Sudan. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to imagine an Africa where all markets are open, an Africa where we can trade with other African countries without tariffs and barriers. Ladies and gentlemen, this does not only have to be an imagination, but it can become a reality if we are all for the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area. By intertrading continentally amongst Africans, we are going to grow our economic growth is going to be beneficial for all of us, and it is going to unite us as Africans. More than 90% of South Sudan's land is arable. We are rich in fertile soil, we have an abundance of livestock and crops, and we have a lot of fisheries. However, in our case, South Sudan is unable to enjoy the fruits of their beautiful land due to the many humanitarian issues we face, most probably the natural disasters. Droughts and floods are a problem in South Sudan, with 2023 marking the 4th year in a row where we experience severe floods. Droughts lead to the malnutrition of our civilization, most especially the youth, while floods killed millions of our livestock, thousands of our crops, and displaced thousands of our people. Not only are natural disasters depriving my people of their basic human rights, such as shelter and food, but it is also affecting the economy of my country. Most of the farmers have been put out of jobs and are now unemployed, which thus increases the unemployment rate of South Sudan. Due to these humanitarian issues, our capacity of trading has been negatively affected, as most of our exports compose of meat and vegetables. We as South Sudan have joined hands with our sister country, Sudan, and agreed on the cooperation of governments with establishing measures. Measures such as the management of river levels during rainy seasons to try and help prevent floods.
10 seconds.
The people of South Sudan would urge the African Union to assist us by implementing a policy that will help everyone reduce their negative human activities that affect the environment. It is for the aforementioned reasons that as South Sudan, we partially agree with the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as it will unite Africa and benefit us all. However, South Sudan cannot be fully and wholeheartedly contribute to the betterment of Africa whilst its own nation is not in the best state. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you. Allow me to pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Libya.
Your Excellencies, heads of state, government, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, and all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I take the floor, Her Excellency Relebogile Monakali. The acceleration of African Continental Free Trade Area implementation has an aim to deepen reforms necessary in Africa to enhance long-term growth. It is important because it aims at a single African market for goods and services. Libya signed the agreement but did not ratify, which limits the voice of Libya on implementation of the AfCFTA on initiatives that can benefit the country. Libya is currently embarked in evaluating the challenges and opportunities of joining the AfCFTA, as we are one of the countries with highest GDP in Africa, thanks to hydrocarbon reserves. In full support of the acceleration, we propose for a report that has challenges and opportunities for being part of the AfCFTA and for the implementation of strict protocols of trade. It can be noted that Libya solely depends on the petroleum sector, which presents over 95% of exports earning and 60% of the GDP. Moreover, a policy should be established which safeguards the interest of individual states, more especially when the state depends on that sector. Diversifying the economy away from the oil sector and reducing growth volatility while generating jobs is another challenge of Libya. Our country faces multiple crises such as civil conflict, which impacts our oil production as it has been significantly lower than its capacity. As the economy of Libya gets revenues from the oil sector, the country's economy is limited, and this hinders the growth in Libya. Our country has developed projects such as Al-Kafar Oasis, as well as Sarir development to promote our agricultural sector to boost economic diversity. Moreover, the hydroponic farms built in 2020 with the aim to enhance agricultural opportunities for the citizens of Libya. As Libya, we ask for a well-designed national strategy that will enable our country to promote diversity in more sectors and benefit from a wider range of imports while protecting strategic sectors. In conclusion, the Libya believes in the promotion of unity in African countries through the acceleration of AfCFTA and having a voice in the negotiations held so we can engage. For instance, our country can diversify our economy. We can help to absorb economic migrants from neighboring countries such as Tunisia and Egypt. I thank you.
Delegates, in terms of getting your country to go next or to present next, please lift your placards so that Alex can see them, and then he will direct us to which country is going to go next. Thank you.
Thank you. Straight away, I will recognize Her Excellency, the President of Mauritius.
Greetings, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host. Thank you for hosting us this day. Your Excellency, the Chair of African Union Member States, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, standing before you is Kamoshelo Namane, President of Mauritius. Today is not just a day for talking about Africa's potential. It's a day to take action and unlock it. We may have come on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. Fellow delegates, our country, Mauritius, is facing several challenges, including a high unemployment rate, income inequality,
and an over-reliance on tourism as a primary source of revenue. The COVID-19 pandemic has also negatively impacted the country's economy and increased its debt burden. The high unemployment rate and income inequality in Mauritius are mostly affecting the youth and the vulnerable groups such as women and low-skilled workers. The over-reliance on tourism as a primary source of revenue has resulted in a significant loss of jobs and income for workers in the sector, particularly those in the low-skilled positions. The COVID-19 pandemic has furtherly exacerbated these issues with a decline in tourism revenue, leading to widespread job losses and reduced economic activity. The debt burden has also put a strain on the government's ability to provide social services and support to those most affected by the pandemic and other challenges. Mauritius has implemented several policies and programs to address the challenges it faces. To address the high unemployment rate, the government has launched various training and education programs to provide workers with the skills needed for new industries such as the tech sector. To tackle income inequality, Mauritius has implemented progressive taxation policies, minimum wage laws, and social safety net programs such as National Pension Fund and National Social Inclusion Foundation. To reduce the over-reliance on tourism, Mauritius is promoting the development of new industries such as the fintech, renewable energy, and the agriculture business. To conclude, we as Mauritius stand pro the theme as we believe that the African Continental Free Trade can potentially help Mauritius deal with its challenges in several ways by creating a larger market for goods and services, and the African Continental Trade can provide new opportunities for Mauritian businesses and entrepreneurs to access a new markets and expand their customer base, thereby creating jobs and reducing unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to further pass the baton to His Excellency, the President of Sahrawi Arabic Democratic Republic.
I would like to recognize the Chairperson of the African Union, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Secretary of the AfCFTA, Excellencies, and Her Excellency, the President of Ethiopia, as well as Your Excellencies, Heads of State, Honorable Ministers, and distinguished delegates, on behalf of myself, President Shumelon Tsepe, and my delegation. We, as the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, having signed and ratified the Continental Free Trade Agreement by 2019, highly agree in accelerating its implementation. We find ourselves in a position of having to import most of our necessary goods, and as a result of our arid climate and our unresolved territorial situation, as we only control about 20% of our territory, which severely handicaps our capability to trade throughout our entire territory. We are a nation with an economy heavily reliant on phosphate mining, fishing, and tourism. We thus need the Continental Free Trade Agreement to be implemented so that we may unlock our economic potential by allowing free trade and removing trade barriers, diversifying our economy and expanding our consumer markets. We are willing to take the necessary decisions to make this a reality, which include having discussions with the Moroccan authorities on the border situation, cooperating with other Maghreb and African Union states, and making policy changes regarding trade tariffs and implementing any other necessary requirements. Delegates, in order to fully utilize the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we would appreciate the recognition of our nation by other African Union states so that we may cooperate further diplomatically, economically, and culturally. We acknowledge and appreciate the support of Algeria and South Africa in furthering our cause, and would like to implore the Moroccan authorities to fully realize the aims of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and reconsider movement restrictions and trade barriers which hinder development. We suggest the African Union to strengthen and enforce the appropriate penalties for members which have agreed to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and its intentions, but violate the agreement and hinder its success. We hope the AfCFTA will be a mechanism for us to unlock much needed development, reduce unemployment, and generate economic growth, not only for our country, but for other member states. Delegates, we are at a crossroads. We can strive for economic integration and flourish, or we can maintain barriers and falter. Let us seize the opportunity to cooperate and accelerate effective implementation of the AfCFTA. I thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize His Excellency, the President of Madagascar.
Greetings to you all. The government of Madagascar recognizes the higher power, all excellencies, heads of states, all protocol observed. My name is Chot Muswane. As the President of Madagascar, we recognize the objectives of this theme for creating economic integration in the form of a single market, liberalizing trade in the form of removing trade barriers, saving commitment of all stakeholders. However, due to the complications of internal problems in our country, we cannot agree to this treaty, with one of our biggest problems being poverty. We have 75% of the entire population living under abject poverty. This has been statistically outlined by the World Bank as it rates among the highest in the world. The causes of this issue is due to the geographical location of our beautiful island, which causes soil erosion and floods. Another problem is also climate change, which is causing tropical cyclones. The isolation of the island also causes issues, which is difficult to trade with other countries as it is expensive. Obviously, poverty is a paradox of socioeconomic issues such as unemployment, crime, lack of education, child labor, and also various forms of inequalities. The solutions that me and my administration that we're proposing is the empowerment of women and children by inviting SADC members to deploy teachers in our country to empower both children and women. We also want to trade agricultural products that we have, such as rice, to SADC and also COMESA. Another solution that we are providing is the diversification of the economy, which is promoting tourism and also manufacturing. Along with the president of the Pan-African Parliament, we also recognize the significance of localizing production in our country to create economic development. In conclusion to all, upon addressing the problems in our country, we will contribute however we can to this acceleration. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Allow me to further pass the baton to His Excellency, Her Excellency, the President of Uganda.
It's a distinguished honor for me to be present here today. I'd like firstly to acknowledge Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency, the President of Comoros, the AU Chairperson, Her Excellency, the Chairperson of African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, all the heads of RECs present and House at large. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Rato Makofani, the President of Uganda. The matter that brings me here before you today is the acceleration of the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area, which Uganda welcomes the opportunity to address the African Union on the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area and also propose the resolutions that the African Continental Free
Trade Area can come up with that are within their mandate to resolve the matter that is currently affecting our country and its people, which is the lack of infrastructure that is decelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I came to realize that Uganda is not the only one battling with this issue. Countries like Nigeria and Ethiopia are fighting just like us. I wonder how did the AU officials from Ethiopia make it to the summit, since our infrastructure is so inadequate. Coming back to the matter at hand, Uganda believes that the African Continental Free Trade is critical to the economic development of African continent, and we fully support the effort to accelerate its implementation. The African Continental Free Trade presents an opportunity for African countries to increase intra-African trade, which is currently at low of around 15%. This low level of trade limits the potential of economic growth and the development in Africa. However, with the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, African countries will have access to larger market, which will lead to increased competition, high productivity, and lower prices for consumers. With that being said, as Uganda, we have came up with strategies that can be used to help implement, or rather accelerate, the implementation of African Continental Free Trade Area. The strategies are in sync with the problem that we are currently facing. The first strategy, we aim to invest in infrastructure such as roads, railways, and ports to enhance the connectivity with other African countries. This will facilitate the movement of goods and services across the continent, making it easier for Ugandan business to trade with other African countries.
10 seconds.
Conclusively, Uganda fully supports the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade and calls on all member states to work together to ensure its success. We urge all African countries to accept the opportunity that comes with the African Continental Free Trade Area to join forces and increase intra-African trade, economic growth, and create jobs. Let's live by our constitutive act that stipulates that we must promote unity and solidarity of the African state. We must defend our state sovereignty, our territorial integrity, and our economic freedom. Last but not least, it remains very vital to ensure that we continue to carry ourselves diligently and integratively to avoid the events that transpired in June 2021 at the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your submissions. I'd like to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host, Your Excellency, the President of Comoros, the Chair of the African Union Member States, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary General, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the theme under discussion. All heads of RICs here present, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, I greet to all. Standing before you is the President of Nigeria, Nomfundo Fortunate Nkosi. Being the largest crude oil producing country and the sixth world producer, our country has assisted a number of states through the exportation of minerals. We seek to improve our energy sector by increasing the exports of oil and gas, with oil being our primary source contributing about 90% of our country's economy. This has, however, not taken place within the region of Africa, of the African continent, as a result of African countries importing the oil from states globally, where they are prone to endure burdens of high mineral prices, tax, and transportation. Oil is a crucial mineral to states, and by accelerating the implementation of the African Free Trade Area, which aims to reduce tariffs among members and cover policy areas such as trade facilitation and services, as well as regulatory measures such as sanitary standards and technical barriers of trade, this can aid countries of this burden. This will also assist in the problem with infrastructure, which restricts credit availability and the production of foods and services among member states in the African region. Nigeria producing millions of barrels of oil per day with an 80% of oil export value, our country is more prone to supply more
trading routes. As the primary source of our country's economy, exporting globally also affects our country in the same manner as it affects other states in the African region. As we lack adequate infrastructure and have limited routes, which results to us only being reliant on abroad states as our target to the exportation of minerals. The dominance of the informal sector in our economy is a further problem. The economic sector, which employs a sizable section of the population in Nigeria, generates more than 60% of their country's gross domestic product. Although it works outside of the formal economy, the informal sector is usually unregulated, which can make it more difficult for our country to levy taxes and control trade. Therefore, by ratifying the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, that will open more routes for our country, which will be our driving mechanism to
10
the
seconds.
development of our country. We believe that by promoting and urging African countries to be involved in free trade area would be of good use and value to them. The initiative will promote economic growth in our country, which will further promote other sectors in development through employment created by the engagement of other countries in Nigeria's supply of oil and gas. However, creating more supply routes through the engagement. Thank you.
Thank you for your submissions. Allow me to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of South Sudan.
Her Excellency of South Sudan has already spoken.
Thank you. Allow me to recognize Her Excellency, the President of Gabonese Republic.
Can Sudan go? We are on the upper level. Upper level. Sudan hasn't spoken. Is that who you were referring to? Okay. Distinguished delegates of the African Union, it is an honor to address this esteemed gathering today, the High Table, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government on behalf of the people of Sudan. Assalamu alaikum, I am Your Excellency Manal Mohammed Shayabni. I am here to discuss the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and how Sudan can accelerate its implementation to reap its benefits. The AfCFTA is a game changer for Africa. For Sudan, a country with a rich history of trade and commerce, the AfCFTA represents a tremendous opportunity to tap into the potential of the African market and expand our economic horizons. To accelerate the implementation of the AfCFTA, Sudan has taken several measures to align our policies and regulations with the AfCFTA framework. We have developed a comprehensive national implementation strategy that outlines our priorities and action plan for implementing the framework, including provisions for tariff reductions, customs procedures, and standard harmonization. We have also established a national AfCFTA committee to oversee the implementation of the agreement and engage with stakeholders, including the private sector, civil society, and the broader public. Through these measures, we are confident that Sudan will be able to fulfill its obligations under the AfCFTA and realize potential as a leading economic player on the African continent. However, as much as we believe in the potential of the AfCFTA, we must also acknowledge the challenges that our country is facing. We are still grappling with issues related to governance that have made it difficult for us to fully accelerate implementation. We need to strengthen our institutions, enhance transparency, and build necessary trust between stakeholders. This will take time and effort, but we are committed to doing the hard work that is required. In conclusion, Sudan is dedicated to the successful implementation of the AfCFTA and the realization of its benefits for our country and the wider African continent. We are committed to addressing the challenges our country is facing and creating the necessary conditions for trade and investment to thrive. We call on our brothers and sisters in the African Union to support us in this endeavor and to work with us towards a brighter, more integrated, prosperous, and united Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Ghana.
A sincere greeting to the High Table, my fellow excellencies, all heads of state and government, and may all protocol be observed. Standing before you is the President of Ghana, Ulondiwe Nkomozibabaziphelele Mhlongo. We, as the country of Ghana, support the acceleration of the AfCFTA in terms of trade, as Ghana trades mainly coca, gold, and oil. Which we export mostly in China, Switzerland, India, South Africa, Netherlands, as well as the United Arab Emirates. In other words, Ghana mostly exports and imports outside of Africa, which could change through the AfCFTA. However, Ghana is currently facing a rising debt of 80% of its GDP, which has led to a rise in inflation. Ghana also finds itself facing high unemployment and high illiteracy and inaccessibility. The biggest problem in Ghana is failing to maximize or rather exploit agriculture to its fullest, most functional state as a country that mostly specializes in agriculture. This is caused by low productivity, droughts, and lack of infrastructure. As Ghana, we will focus on initiating youth-led initiatives in agriculture and agricultural practices to encourage the youth to participate in the country's agriculture, which in turn would increase productivity. These initiatives would not only educate, but support entrepreneurship in agriculture, teaching skills such as trade, finance, and technology in business and agriculture. We are in high hopes that the AfCFTA can help create not only jobs, but food security, to increase foreign investment and to create an access to cheaper raw materials. A rise in our economy would help invest in education and the upliftment of youth in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Rwanda.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and Delegates, all heads of RICs here present and all protocols observed. My name is Yolanda Siamtanda Nofaye Umampinge, President of the Republic of Rwanda. The manufacturing sector of Rwanda has been contributing 9% of our country's GDP, which is an indication that industrialization has to be stimulated not only in Rwanda, but throughout Africa, as this will accelerate the African Continental Free Trade Agreement becoming a successful realized reality. African countries on average export raw materials at large while importing finished goods. However, this is the time to tackle our low rate of intra-Africa trade from 18% to a projected 52% under the AfCFTA. The constraints towards the AfCFTA include the lack of skills in the manufacturing sector and the lack of equipment such as automated machines in the science and technology industry. We plan to address that 80% of Africa's exports goes to other continents by adopting input and substitution industrialization policies. Through the AfCFTA in place, we open partnership with advanced countries in the Fourth Industrial Revolution to assist us with the supply of equipment, education system to accelerate our automotive industry locally. And in return, we promise to provide the compensation in the form of foreign direct investment for those who lose from the trade liberalization, which are identified as those who have previously benefited from the trade protection policy, particularly infant industries, and further minimize 30% non-trade barriers by stimulating trade facilitation mechanisms with countries which are not in our 3 regional economic communities. We hope the implementation of the AfCFTA will contribute to our skills development program known as the Economic Transformation Rwanda for improving technical skills by forming collaborations with small and medium enterprises and the light manufacturing industry. This is our goal from 2023 to 2025 that will promote vocational education. Your Excellencies, let us commit towards collective prosperity pursued under Pan-Africanism. Murakoze.
Thank you for your submissions. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Mali.
Say hi, Chair, Your Excellencies, the heads of states, the heads of REC, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. Standing in front of you is Ashley Mtimunye, the President of Mali. While African Continental Free Trade Area is instead a right step and the good direction for us at large. We as Mali acknowledge that this agreement will instead give us or yield us positive results in terms of our poverty rate decreasing from 14% to 6.8%. That will in case give my population a chance to smile. Although we are aware that currently we're facing conflicts in my country, so we say the acceleration of African continental free trade, Mali cannot participate currently. We therefore the conflict started in 2020. That's 2 years after signing the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We do not despite the fact that yet we yield good results, but currently we can't. This is due to distractions in our infrastructure and soil degradation caused by bombings that are taking place. And I would like to thank the AU and the Peace and Security Committee for delegating us peacemakers who unfortunately by landing in our country, they were assassinated. And for that, I'd like to say sorry. Therefore, by saying we cannot trade if there's no peace. How can we trade if there's no peace? We do not say we don't want. We cannot trade when there's no peace. But there is a solution that we would like to retain our sovereignty for the moment. We would like to resolve the conflict within Mali. By so saying, I would like to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you for your submissions. I'd like to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Lesotho.
Good day to the high table, fellow excellencies, honorable ministers, and to the all dedicated protocol observed. We as the great nation of Lesotho support and value the African Continental Free Trade Area and its policies. We understand the immense value it is able to bring our nation and the continent as a whole. But we do recognize the decrease in our tradability since we signed the agreement in 2021. There has been a 5.9% increase in our trade deficit, decreasing our GDP as a whole. This has impacted the Basotho people greatly, and with an increase in our unemployment, especially amongst the youth, and a reduction in the household income, meaning that people cannot afford the ever-growing cost of living. This challenge is due to the high and harsh trade barriers imposed on us by South Africa. We are here today to encourage South Africa and other nations to utilize Part 3 of the AfCFTA, the liberalization of trade, especially Article 8, the schedules of tariff concessions. This article implies that a country is able to negotiate and change tariff costs in order to benefit both parties. We currently provide South Africa with water and electricity. We are willing to provide this at a reduced cost in order to reduce these tariffs. We have discussed this with the delegations of Eswatini, Botswana, and Mozambique, as we have noted the value the reduction in tariffs has within these countries within the SADC region. This means we are able to help South Africa stabilize the political discourse created by their power cuts and their droughts. Whilst we are able to improve our exports and imports that betters our GDP and net income, as well as that for the above nations. If the full and accelerated implementation of the AfCFTA succeeds, it is beneficial for all nations involved and illustrates the beauty and the value in a united African trade area. This is what this agreement stands for. This is what we should stand for. A better and a sustained Africa for Africans by Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. Straight away, I would like to pass the baton to the Republic of South Africa, Her Excellency.
Excellencies, all protocol observed. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Nimacheroni. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Twelihle Sambo and I am the President of the Republic of South Africa. At the bottom of the continent in the Southern Africa is South Africa. Our GDP was 412 billion in 2021. The economy of South Africa is the second most developed, diverse, productive in all of Africa. The variety of economic sectors reflect how developed South African economy is. South Africa produces the most exports in our continent. In 2017, we contributed 88.3 billion, which is about 91% of the total value of exports from Africa. With that, our country still lacks progression in the education system, unemployment being some of the major issues that we are working on fixing by applying some of the many reasons that we will state later on. Many students in the country do not have access to schools that provide the necessary infrastructure, facilities for learning, while being safe places for students to do so. Lack of progression in the education system leads to the country being in a great number of well-being and skilled facilitators who can drive our country to greener pastures. This part leads to more unemployment and then an endless cycle of poverty. We as South Africa agree with the free trade. We must remember the division of our continent was not our decision, but moving together in unity and solidarity is now in our hands. We believe that the African free trade will integrate We integrate trade in goods and services in addition to improving business environment by reducing tariffs and non-barrier tariffs on the continent. This marks a new trade and investment regime for Africa and offers a wide range of possibilities for business across various sectors in the member state. The free trade has the potential to lift 30 million people out of poverty with the help of Celsius to help us with our education system, given how it is the only African country to develop an education for all its citizens. One of the most important things we must be able to do as a continent is identify where we are. We are in the digital era, where our youth is occupying space and being voiceful. As a continent, we should look into finding these individuals and developing programs that will allow them to navigate the space without being taken advantage of. In the recent years, we have been facing a new problem.
10 seconds.
Our universities cannot accommodate all matriculants due to space shortages. We asked for funding to build a new university, in which we plan to build in the beautiful province of Mpumalanga, which currently has only one campus located in Nelspruit. We plan to utilize the place in Middelburg to build a new university. We believe in an Africa for Africans by Africans.
Thank you. Thank you. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Eritrea.
Salam, distinguished members of the High Table, esteemed ministers, delegates, and all protocol observed. Representing the people and the government of Eritrea, I am President Kabo Masanabu. As we all know, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement offers the potential to drive economic growth and poverty reduction across the continent. However, Eritrea, like many African countries, faces complex challenges that need to be addressed to enable us to take full advantage of this agreement. Firstly, it is paramount that we acknowledge the concerns raised regarding human rights violations in our state. We take these issues incredibly seriously, and we recognize that these concerns have hindered our ability to attract foreign investment and to improve our international standing. We are working on improving our governance structures to ensure that human rights are respected and protected. We have plans to establish a National Human Rights Commission to create policies and implementation of fair and just laws. Secondly, infrastructure development is essential for the success of the AfCFTA. 1/5 of Eritrean roads are paved and maintained, and it is an incredible challenge. However, we have taken steps to address this issue, such as the construction of a 180.5-kilometer long road from Mendefara to Berentu, which will connect the states and enhance regional integration. However, more needs to be done to accelerate our progress. The African Union has an important role to play in supporting member states to achieve the AfCFTA goals. As member states, leveraging emerging technologies such as blockchain and Internet of Things, IoT, can improve our continent's supply chain management, reduce waste, and increase efficiency in transportation and logistics. Eritrea is committed to accelerating its participation in the AfCFTA, and we stand ready to work diplomatically with the African Union and the member states to achieve Africa's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Gabon.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, and all protocol observed. Lack of basic development in infrastructure and underdevelopment of roads connecting major cities remains a concern in the region. This affects the transportation of raw materials, which are transported by trucks and then stored at the terminal before being transported by train, making it a longer process and more expensive for goods to reach their designated destination. Now, raw materials play a major role into the economy of Gabon, which is 98% reliant on manganese and oil. This level of dependence exacerbates the urgency of establishing a free trade market for exporting goods. Manganese is an essential mineral used to produce steel and is vital for a huge array of industrial and manufacturing processes. A major contributor to climate change, food security, and building of infrastructure through exports. As we all know, growth, trade, and investments are constrained by difficulties in access to finance, skilled workforce, and high tariffs. At the core of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is the elimination of trade barriers and the promotion of free trade between fellow African states in order to make the continent more sustainable and transform it into the global powerhouse that it has the potential to be. We will see in Africa where raw materials are produced here, and the Africans will be the beneficiaries of those. The expansion of economic sectors and diversification largely depends on making the market for goods and services free. Increased trade with ECCAS countries will better internal transport with improved roads. It is not a secret that better roads, railways, and ports make transportation of goods easier, more efficient, and cheaper, which will enhance our country's development. It is with this objective that we continue to support the acceleration of the Free Trade Agreement. Our country's development will in turn improve on youth development, programs of schooling, skilling, and participation in the mainstream economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Seychelles. Bonjour, comment ça va? Greetings to the high table, fellow excellencies, honorable members, and all protocols observed. Only receiving independence 35 years ago, Seychelles is recognized today as a leading economic powerhouse within Africa, with the leading sectors being within tourism and fisheries, respectively. Our success is attributed to the financial assistance received from partners overseas, which has been spent successfully within our education, health, and infrastructure. This has propelled Seychelles into being one of the most successful economies in Africa. With that being said, we as the Seychelles hail the AfCFTA as a huge market opportunity for the blue economy, which is the economic sector which looks to conserving marine and freshwater environments in the attempt to develop economic growth and produce resources such as food and energy. Through this, we are able to share our acquired knowledge with a proven successful background with Tanzania, South Africa, Mozambique, and Kenya, to which we share oceanic trade routes. For this reason, we are for the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation, as we are able to contribute to the African continent with our thriving economy. However, our economy is being threatened by the growing presence of the Somalian pirates, who affect our main trading channel along the eastern coast on the Indian Ocean, costing millions of dollars in lost revenue, extra transport costs, and sea patrol. Piracy has caused losses equivalent to a 4% loss in GDP. In 2011, for example, piracy caused a loss of $17 million. As a member of the AfCFTA as well, we hope to work in collaboration with the Somalian government, as this internal issue now affects their fellow member states of the AfCFTA. We call for security along the coast as well as stronger law enforcement against piracy. We also call for the assistance of Mozambique and South Africa, as they have great knowledge and access to arms, which will be for the protection of our cargo ships and other exports. The marine forces of these countries would provide much needed knowledge and skills training, which will propel the success of our relations. We also call for the intervention of the Peace and Security Organ of the ASC in hopes of formulating policies to avoid such issues from impeding on the other member states. In the past, we had received 5 patrol boats from the Abu Dhabi Navy to combat the piracy issue. However, this has proved insufficient, which is why we now call for our African brethren to be of assistance to us. With this aid, Seychelles can continue to contribute to the betterment of the continent, as well as the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, allow me to recognize Her Excellency, the President of Guinea.
Your Excellencies, President of the Republic of Comoros, Chairperson of the African Union, Excellencies, Distinguished Excellencies, all head of state and government, all protocol observed. Standing before you is Disetso Mkhwanazi, the President of Guinea. Our Republic of Reunion is abundant in rich natural resources such as textile, diamond, and gold. But lately, we have had to deal with the environmental dimension of deforestation in Guinea. Deforestation has been an increasing issue for the past few decades due to loss of sizable percentage of our forest cover. This has resulted in a decreased biodiversity, decrease in soil erosion, and the drying up of rivers, all of which have an adverse effect of the environmental and the economy at all large. Deforestation must therefore be addressed in order to guarantee the long-term viability of our republic's ecological climate and economy. The African Continent Free Trade Agreement acceleration can help our government address a number of environmental, such as assisting our country by the protection of the environmental. This will encourage the people of the country to adopt to environmental friendly practices that reduce deforestation. The AfCFTA can further assist in developing green trade policies which will promote environmentally friendly trade, such as policies can promote the use of eco-friendly products and services, which can help reduce the demand for the products that contribute to deforestation. The AfCFTA can help advocate and appeal for potential investors to reforestation projects in our country, which can help restore the Guinea's forest cover. The investments will not only assist with the issue of deforestation, but also will provide new opportunities for sectors. In this context, it is essential to address the deforestation issue in Guinea to ensure the long-term sustainability of the country's environment and economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Guinea-Bissau.
Greetings to all. The Republic of Guinea-Bissau recognizes the High Table, the Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, all protocol observed. Representing Guinea-Bissau is Thando Mngwango. The country of Guinea-Bissau stands by its decision to ratify the African Continental Free Trade Area, which we believe will help in alleviating poverty. We are in agreement with the theme and believe that the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area will help to bring about a more integrated and prosperous Africa, as well as will help with the acceleration of the recovery of the economy of our country. However, we also acknowledge that Guinea-Bissau is encountered with the challenge of poverty, whereby more than 2/3 of our population lives below the poverty line. Guinea-Bissau has implemented development projects such as the Private Sector Rehabilitation and Agribusiness Project, which aims to support the development of the cashew agribusiness sector of Guinea-Bissau, as cashews are one of the main exports of our country. The project has also increased the supply of rice production and created more job opportunities, specifically for the youth. In accordance with the development of international trade and economic cooperation, as well as the liberalization of market clauses, which are stated in the African Continental Free Trade Area, we are part of established trade partnerships, such as the Economic Community of Western African States. This will enable the industrial development, diversification of the economy, and it will also attract foreign direct investment, which will promote job creation and economic growth, thus alleviating poverty. And we know that with the implementation of the treaty, of the trade area, all of this will also be elevated, thus leading to even more job creation and further alleviation of poverty. Guinea-Bissau implores you, honorable members of the AU, to provide FDI support to us, which will help in alleviating the poverty that we've been struggling with through employment expansion. Guinea-Bissau wishes to establish a relationship with other African countries in the same way as it has with Nigeria, which has experienced increased trade ever since the establishment of the embassy. We also believe that stronger bilateral ties will help to promote the integration of economies. Obrigado.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize Her Excellency, the President of Liberia.
Together we stand, divided we fall. Excellencies, Prime Ministers, Secretary General of the AfCFTA, all protocol observed. Standing before you is Asandam Tembu, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Liberia, on behalf of our President. Apologies. The objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement include promoting industrial and regional value development, agricultural development, and food and security. They also highlight the importance of the promotion and ability to attain sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development, gender equity, and structural transformation of the state parties. The Liberian economy expanded by 4.8% in 2022, and this expansion was driven by the great growth in our agricultural, industrial, and mining sector. Despite the economic expansion and increased GDP, therefore, we still have faced with the issues of inadequate healthcare services and facilities, unemployment, poor education, and overall just infrastructure. There are a number of initiatives that we have put into action to try and tackle these issues at hand, such as the collaboration of the Liberian Ministry of Health and the National Public Health Institution of Liberia to form health assistance programs and the utilization of the MTN Graduate Yes program. The African Youth Charter stated that, I quote, "Every young person shall have the right to education of good quality." With that said, we stand with the acceleration of the AfCFTA as a collaboration with our African countries. They can assist us in the building of better education, building of better educational institutions, closing teacher gaps either by getting foreign teachers, promoting the use of online learning platforms, carrying out programs that raise awareness on the importance of education, and overall improvement in the quality of social security, not only in Liberia, but as Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Mozambique.
Greetings to all excellencies, head of states, ministers, delegates, and all protocols observed. Our African continent faces multiple challenges as a whole. With Mozambique specifically, the most pressing issue is poverty. 33% of our population lives in poverty. Climate change has been a major contributing factor in poverty. The most recent tropical cyclones, which were in 2019 and 2023, resulted in hundreds of deaths and thousands of farmlands being destroyed, which led to food insecurities. In addition, the foreign direct investment in Mozambique has been in decline since 2013 due to political uncertainty and falling commodity prices. Mozambique has implemented policies such as Poverty Reduction Plan, which was initiated in 2011, to help deal with these challenges. However, the strategy plan has been ineffective since there has not been improvement in eradicating poverty. As a result of this, We have taken the initiative to lobby with Lesotho for South Africa to reduce the tariffs so that trading with them is much cheaper and less expensive. Furthermore, we have planned to also partner with the Kingdom of Eswatini to generate more revenue as they will be using our harbors to import and export their goods. The AfCFTA agreement has many benefits for Mozambique on how it can deal with the issue of poverty. Mozambique agrees with the AfCFTA as it will increase trade within the African continent and will help create more business opportunities and increase economical activity, which will help in alleviating poverty in Mozambique. The AfCFTA aims to reduce trade barriers, which will boost exports as there will be a larger market, which will generate more income and deal with the crisis at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize the President of the Dominican Republic of Congo, Your Excellency.
Revolutionary greetings. Revolutionary greetings, Your Excellency, Head of State, Ministers, and all protocol observed. Standing before you is Samuel Maja, the President of our Democratic Republic of Congo. Ladies and gentlemen, we as the Democratic Republic of Congo partially agree with the AfCFTA acceleration. Our country, the second largest country in Africa, has been mired in conflict for decades. It is a country of paradoxes. The DRC is a country full of natural resources such as oil, diamonds, and gold. However, the people are one of the poorest in the world. About 64% of the population is considered poor and lives on less than $2 a day. We acknowledge the corruption that roams within Africa. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a gradual action for us as a country to agree on the trade agreement. Partial agreements on free trade or AfCFTA may be driven by state interests such as desire to protect key industries, maintain a favorable trade balance, or enhance diplomatic relations with trading partners. These interests may not always align with free trade principles, leading to partial agreements that protect certain sectors in our industries while imposing restriction on others. My fellow delegates, I am aware of the political instability, armed clashes, and right violations that roam in our country. We partially agree with the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation under the condition that we collaborate with the neighboring countries, Nigeria and Kenya, to exchange sufficient resources that will mutually benefit from on our journey to better and united continent. In closing, we plead with delegates of these countries to see our vision and help us implement it. We will exchange resources that will help promote agriculture in the DRC to help promote humanitarian assistance and protection. We are Africans, not because we are born in Africa, but because Africa is born in us. Melezi.
Thank you. Allow me to further recognize His Excellency, the President of Morocco.
Salam alaikum, my warmest greetings to Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Your Excellencies, heads of regional economic communities, Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, honorable ministers, distinguished ambassadors and diplomats, invited guests, the executive leadership of the University of Johannesburg. The Kingdom of Morocco is honored to partake in the gathering of this nature as we stand in awe of sincere appreciation for the sacrifices and commitments that our African forefathers have made so that we can share this platform. We recognize how gifted our beautiful continent is with fauna, flora, and resources bearing significantly great potential to feed and sustain its fellow children, the youth, mothers, fathers, and elders. However, our Kingdom of Morocco succumbs to the issue of poverty, which claims 19% of our population. Most of our rural residents are affected by this burning issue, and we believe that many African communities, most specifically in rural areas, relate to this issue. Therefore, the government of Morocco, with its key executive ministries in agriculture, trade, foreign affairs, and its distinguished ambassadors, embarked on the National Human Development Initiative supportive project, whereby we allocated a 5-year timeline intended budget with the aim to improve the living conditions of our citizens, eliminate extreme poverty throughout our country, assist vulnerable demographics, and support families in dire need. Our distinguished ministries are working diligently to continuously improve our infrastructure capacity by delivering services that prioritize our most affected communities. As a result of this, Your Excellencies, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco totally agrees and supports the African Continental Free Trade Area. Our country shares the sentiment of accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to achieve inclusive and sustainable socio-economic development, gender equality, agricultural development, food security, and structural transformation without hindering the free movement of people, capital, and investment. We believe that the agreement of this nature will impact our healthcare and education infrastructure to enhance knowledge, skills, and expertise that will drive growth to our beautiful continent. In closing, Your Excellencies, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco sincerely requests partnership ties to strengthen our intervention in addressing the burning issue of poverty. We pledge to run the project through the extended regions of the African continent to deliver feasible solutions. For we firmly believe that this project can be achieved through your investment to our skills development programs, which will not just benefit us, but the African Union member states.
Thank you. From here, I would like to pass the baton to Namibia, Her Excellency.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host, Your Excellency, the President of Comoros, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, all heads of REX here present, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sellewo Ngema, and I am the President of the Republic Democratic of Namibia. Now, Namibia is a country located in Southern Africa, dribbling with high levels of poverty, inequality. This is largely due to agricultural and environmental factors. Poverty is the worst form of violence, a relatable quote by the 20th century political and spiritual leader, Mahatma Gandhi. In Africa, poverty has been a major setback to economic growth and human development. According to the World Bank, in 2018, approximately 422 million people in sub-Saharan Africa lived below poverty line of $1.9 per day. This is equivalent to 41% of the region's population, the highest proportion in the world. This statistic, we believe, relieves the magnitude of poverty and inequality in Africa, and more specifically in Namibia. Namibia faces the challenge of high levels of poverty and inequality, which has far-reaching implications for its economic, social, political, and political developments. Poverty and inequality limits the potential for sustainable economic growth and development, while inequality can lead to a concentration of wealth in the hands of a few. Socially, poverty and inequality can lead to limited access to education, healthcare, and a lack of basic amenities. Politically, poverty, inequality can lead to social unrest and instability, and thus undermine democratic governance. In full agreement with the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation, the African Continental Free Trade Area flagship projects can be utilized to deal with the inequality and poverty in Namibia through the following ways. By promoting economic growth through increased intra-African trade, the AfCFTA presents opportunity for Namibia to expand its trade with other African countries, which can lead to increased economic growth. This can create job opportunities, increase productivity, which could in turn reduce poverty in the country. By addressing trade barriers, seeks to eliminate or reduce trade barriers among African countries. This means that Namibian businesses can have access to a larger market, which can increase their competitive intent to help reduce poverty. Kalambowe.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Senegal.
I greet you, esteemed guests, honorable members of the chairs. Your Excellencies, my name is Confidence Diboa Pukube, and I'm the President of Senegal. Your Excellencies, as you are aware, Africa's agricultural sector is faced by a large crisis, which is the crisis of inaccessibility to the trading of agricultural goods by our farmers. The limited access to markets makes it difficult for our farmers to sell their products at a fair price. The agricultural sector contributes 24% towards Africa's GDP, with trade between Africa and other nations averaging at 58%, and intra-trade within Africa being at less than 20%. The Republic of Senegal is heavily dependent on the agricultural sector. The sector contributed 15.32% of our country's GDP in the year 2021. 60% of our population relies on the sector for income, 90% of which being family farms. Inaccessibility to market makes our farmers vulnerable to low export prices. The Senegal Republic both accepts and fully supports the African Free Continental Trade Area. We have both signed and ratified the agreement in 2018. This agreement is presented to remove trade barriers. Removing trade barriers is expected to boost the agricultural sector by increasing trade, access to input, value addition, and knowledge share. Although this is the case, this agreement didn't serve to increase our market accessibility. So we encourage other African countries to not only sign, but to also contribute to the real participation and implementation of this agreement, because we cannot build the Africa we want by signing agreements and folding hands. We can only build it by actively participating and putting action to thought. I urge and employ all members of states to both ratify and employ this trade agreement. My Africa, my responsibility. Your Africa, your responsibility. I thank you. Salam alaikum.
Thank you. I'd like to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of Somalia.
Your Excellencies, Head of State
of Government, honorable ministers, and distinguished delegates, all protocol observed, it is my great pleasure and privilege to extend my warm greetings to you. My name is Tiamo Rampo, and I am the president of Somalia. Our country has in recent years been challenged by a slew of problems, one of them being the catastrophic state of the Somali agricultural sector, which is by far the most important sector of the economy, with livestock rising and surpassing crops growing fourfold in value, earning about 3/5 of Somali's foreign exchange. Agriculture is a major employment activity, and it is the largest economic sector in the country and the continent at large. It contributes more than 65% to the national GDP from domestic distribution and exports to other parts of the continent. However, about 6.7 million Somalis, which is almost half of Somalia's 7.1 million on population, face acute food insecurity due to droughts, with 800,000 expected to experience famine this spring. Even in its dire state, the agriculture sector, particularly livestock, still contributed 75% to the GDP in 2018 and made up 93% of exports. Our country, like most countries, has been affected by climate change. Last year, the country had to deal with a drought which had displaced 1.7 million people by the end of September. Droughts have become increasingly frequent and intense in Somalia as a result of climate change. They have a severe effect on many parts of Somali society, including food security, economic activity, and vulnerable populations such as children and the elderly. To mitigate the impact of drought and the extreme weather patterns, strategies such as weather harvesting and ecosystem restoration should be used to adapt to climate change and prevent future damage. As the AfCFTA operations work on decreasing tariffs, the trade area is expected to increase on the food sector and in the continent by ensuring cheaper trade of agricultural produce from surplus to deficit regions. Some other potential benefits of the AfCFTA for Somalia include increased trade with other African countries, access to new markets for Somali products and services, and the creation of jobs and economic growth opportunities. However, there are also challenges to overcome, such as improving infrastructure and reducing trade barriers to fully realize these benefits. Through exporting agriculture goods, Somalia's agriculture industry can enhance farmer livelihoods, strengthen trade ties. In conclusion, as Somalia, we fully agree with the AfCFTA. The acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation in Somalia is a significant step towards greater economic integration.
Thank you. I'd like to further recognize Her Excellency the President of Zambia.
Your Excellency Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the host, Your Excellency President of Comoros, the Chair of the AU member states, Your Excellency the Chairperson of the Commission, Secretary General of the AfCFTA, heads of RECs present, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, I am Lindoguhle Shabalala, the President of Zambia. Sorry for the delay. About 10.6 million of citizens in Zambia fall ill, with roughly 1.6 million dying. These deaths are largely often due to the delays in seeking healthcare assistance. This therefore affects our social and economic development structures as a country. The improvement of our healthcare system and infrastructure is our biggest area of concern. Poor healthcare system and infrastructure in Zambia has delayed the progress of reducing and improving statistics we are faced with. This therefore leads us to being stagnant in economic productivity and population growth. Despite the expansion of the health sector and the commitment by the government to improve the health sector, Zambia's domestic health services are still underdeveloped. There is a need to develop our domestic capacity so that we can improve on quality and efficiency. The Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, which is known as the CDC, are currently working with the Ministry of Health and the Zambian National Public Health Institute to prevent and address issues which are health-related, such as HIV, TB, malaria, and recently COVID-19. The aim is to strengthen healthcare systems with disease surveillance, public health workforce, laboratory and healthcare information systems. With the implementation of the AfCFTA, these solutions are workable. Firstly, we have to improve our healthcare system. We can do this by outsourcing efficient, skilled medical professionals to form a medical training program to train our healthcare workers in prioritizing efficient healthcare service. The AfCFTA broadens intra-African trade, allowing us a chance to exchange medicine, medical research, and healthcare workers. Secondly, the World Health Organization can help Zambia and other nations by resuming the medical research and development of vaccines on HIV, malaria, and TB, as these diseases are killing our people. Poor infrastructure still remains the core of many problems. The availability of reliable transport within our country will ensure that people gain access to services made available to them.
Time.
In summation,
Thank you. I'd like to furthermore recognize Her Excellency the President of Togo.
Greetings, Your Excellency of the Chair and all protocols observed. Standing before you is Matsibela Sithole, President of the Togolese Republic. Currently standing, Togo does not accept the AfCFTA, mainly because we are challenged with a non-competitiveness of our agricultural products, which hampers not only our economic growth, but may also lead to food insecurity. Agriculture accounts for 40% of our GDP and employs approximately 65% of our population. As it stands, our agricultural products have no comparative advantage and do not compete in the regional market based on limited access to markets, volatile tariffs, and unreliable demand. As a means of addressing this, we, the Togolese government, propose an initiative in collaboration with ECOWAS aimed at boosting and improving market access. This will include investment in and promotion of value chains to enhance the quality of our products. Additionally, we also believe that the establishment of a customs union may be a viable solution to this issue. The union will include, but not be exclusive to, Benin, Burkina Faso, Ghana, and Cote d'Ivoire. Through this customs union, we can establish preferential access into different markets and eliminate the trade barriers that prevent us from excelling. Right. To end off, we, the Togolese government, call upon the rest of the member states in the African Union to prioritize and work towards the establishment of a customs union, which will not only unlock significant opportunities for all countries, but will also accelerate the integration and implementation of the AfCFTA. Until then, we will not acknowledge the AfCFTA. Thank you.
Thank you for your submissions. I'd like to furthermore pass the baton to Her Excellency the President of Djibouti.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, the President of Comoros, the Chair of the African Union Member States, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the Commission, the Secretary General of AfCFTA, the theme under discussion, all heads of RECs here present, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bulane Makhotla and I am the President of the Republic of Djibouti. As the Republic of Djibouti, located in the Horn of Africa, we agree with the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. One of the major issues in Djibouti is food insecurity. Food insecurity is quite prevalent in our country. According to a 2018 report by the United Nations Children's Fund, up to 28.7% of children in Djibouti suffer from malnutrition and 14% of under 5 years old children are wasted. This situation is contributed to by factors such as recurrent droughts, limited arable land, and high poverty levels. Subsistence farming is the primary method of food production, with a limited production of drought-tolerant crops, mainly sorghum and millet. The country has to import up to 80% of its food requirements, which exposes it to price volatility on the international market. Consequently, our country is forced to spend a significant amount of their income on food, making it hard for low-income families to make ends meet. The AfCFTA presents a unique opportunity for our country to address the issue of food insecurity. By creating a market of 1.3 billion people across Africa, the AfCFTA could lead to increased agricultural productivity in our country. The country could leverage its strategic location as a gateway between the Horn of Africa and Ethiopia to become a regional trade hub. The free trade area would eliminate trade barriers, making it easier for our country to export its agricultural products such as livestock and import food products from other African countries. Several solutions can be implemented to tackle food insecurity in our country. One solution is to improve agricultural productivity through technological advancements. The use of advanced irrigation systems that conserve water or greenhouses with climate control technologies can increase agricultural productivity. Promoting sustainable agriculture by encouraging the use of drought-resistant crops such as pearl millet, chickpeas, or groundnuts can enhance food security. Another solution is to enhance access to education and health services.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to further give recognition to Her Excellency, the President of Equatorial Guinea.
Your Excellencies, Head of States, honorable guests, and all protocol observed. Standing before you is the President of Equatorial Guinea, Mbalenhle Maqubela. The aim of the AU and its AfCFTA is to achieve greater unity and solidarity between African countries and the people of Africa. Our country fully agrees with the model and its aim. Our country has a population of about 1.5 million. Equatorial Guinea's economy is largely dependent on its oil gas reserves, and it generates over 90% of its exports revenue and almost 50% of its GDP. We saw an extreme, a tremendous economic growth boom in the discovery of significant oil reserves in the 1990s, becoming one of the rich nations in Africa. However, since 2014, the decline in global oil prices has had a significant impact in our nation's economy. Due to this, our country is facing several economic challenges, including a high dependence on oil revenue, a lack of economic diversification. The African Union and its African Continental Free Trade Area model can potentially provide solutions to some of the challenges. Firstly, it is essential that we acknowledge the importance of the African Continental Free Trade Area and its significant potentials it holds for economic growth and development across the continent. As Equatorial Guinea, we truly express our commitment to the AfCFTA and its implementation, recognizing its crucial step towards achieving greater economic integration and cooperation in Africa. There are several number of ways in which the AfCFTA model can help with the solutions we need in the country. Firstly, it is the diversification of the economy. Equatorial Guinea's economy is heavily dependent on oil, which accounts for about 80% of its GDP. The AfCFTA model can help the country diversify its economy by providing access to new markets and encouraging growth in non-oil sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and services. By participating in the AfCFTA model, the Equatorial Guinea can access markets of over 1.2 billion people, which can provide new opportunities for trade and investment. Lastly, it will also help with the promotion of regional integration. The AfCFTA can also provide regional integration and cooperation among African countries.
Thank you. I'd like to further pass the baton to Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya.
Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, our host, all heads of RET here present, heads of state and government officials, all protocol observed. My name is Lesego Mofokeng, the President of the Republic of Kenya. For the past 6 decades, many rural development programs have failed to connect the needs of rural poor and their socioeconomic needs, partly due to the failure to synchronize the local and global economic connections. It was colonial rule that introduced the monocrop pattern as a result of African economies and elevated cash crops, and then henceforth undercut African attempts. The AfCFTA Secretariat played a key role in coordinating the actions to ensure smooth implementation. We as Kenya are in full support of the acceleration of the AfCFTA. We believe that with this agreement, the AU will be able to promote economic growth and foster sustainable development. However, we note that with the implementation of this agreement, we still face some challenges in the trading sector. Before our products reach the borders of other neighboring countries, they have to go through a number of challenges, such as overtaxation, policy unpredictability, and instability. If unaddressed, these challenges pose major threats to our country and those of neighborings. We have taken full advantage of the AfCFTA with regards to jumping straight off of the wagon when we had a trade with Ghana where we supplied Ghana with car batteries to manufacture their cars. Because we are a country that believes in educating our youth, we as Kenya suggest perhaps a University of Africa or Africa University, where we will be teaching the youth of Africa as a whole skills to trade and how to foster businesses. As one of the top 10 countries in Africa, proudly so to say, we are one of the top that are in education. Therefore, Chair, please allow us to ground up this establishment in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, I'd like to give recognition to His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellencies at the high table,
Your Excellencies, the heads of states and regional economic communities, honorable ministers, ambassadors, and delegates. Good news to you. My name is Zimela God-Purpose Vilakazi, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, accelerating the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement has never been so real and needed by our nations as it is now. Brothers and sisters, we are coming from a period of reset caused by the COVID pandemic, which has hampered many economies. However, Africa and Africans are said to benefit immensely from the AfCFTA and the 7% economic income boost and wage growth for the region forecasted by the World Bank is proof of this. Zimbabwe partially supports this motion, and in the same breath, to fully realize an effective and industrialized Zimbabwe, we still uphold the waiver we raised earlier as we grow to fully handle the effect of the trade agreement. We do the progress of Africa at heart. Through our commitment in improving infrastructure, the revival of our agricultural sector, the growing of our mining and manufacturing sectors, and stability in our monetary policy system, we are working towards this vision. Let it be known that Zimbabwe is excited for these prospects and has continued to show support for the said vision of the AU on trade. There is more need for productivity and competitiveness, formality in our industries, and attraction of investment. This can be fulfilled through your support and brotherlyhood. With that, we as the Republic of Zimbabwe encourage the investing in the vision of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement by all our African neighbors. Friends, be exalted by this truth. Zimbabwe remains unperturbed in our work to realize the AU Agenda 2063. I bless you all, and I thank you.
As per our deliberations today, majority member states and government agreed to the acceleration of the AfCFTA. Therefore, we believe implementing it would be beneficial to the continent. Rectifying and signing of the deposition of the discussed will be further communicated. Esteemed delegates of the EU, it has been an honor to preside over this summit of the acceleration of the latter. This summit has been a remarkable display of African unity and solidarity. As we work together towards a common goal of creating a single market of goods and services across the continent, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all member states and government with their delegations for the participation, input, and time. In closing, I want to reiterate my appreciation for the commitment and the progress we've made thus far. Let us continue to work together and accelerate this implementation. Your Excellencies, if you want to go quickly, you go alone. But if you want to go far, we go together. The sitting is adjourned. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Assembly, heads of organs of the AU. Colleagues, thank you very much for handling that particular assembly with professionalism and efficiency. I think you can disembark and then we move to close, colleagues. I understand it's been quite a long day, but a worthwhile day. So, colleagues, it is not my duty to thank you today because this is a student-led and student-owned initiative. We'll have 2 votes of thanks. The first is from Joseph Kazembe on behalf of the students, because this has been a student summit effectively. So he'll be giving a vote of thanks on your behalf. And then after him, I'll be calling upon the HOD of the Department of Politics, Prof. Bason Zenze. So let me call both of them on stage and we'll start with Kazembe.
Greetings to you all. Sorry guys, I'll keep this short and sweet as to not hold us for our food. All right. Greetings, excellencies of the African Union, excellencies of the 55 states, honored guests and fellow delegates. We started off this journey as students, and now we end off this journey as presidents, ambassadors, ministers, etc. We thank the We thank the University of Johannesburg in collaboration with the African Union for bringing forth this eye-opening program that has exposed and allowed students in this very room to immerse ourselves in the process of decision-making in Africa. As we leave this auditorium, we shall leave with the knowledge and experience and therefore implement the very knowledge gained to improve our societies. And with this said, I encourage you to continue the journey that we've started and accomplish through hard work and determination to stop wars, famine, and unite Africa, to accomplish the Agenda 2063 and the total implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And with that, I say thank you, obrigado, siyabonga, thank you.
Masibulele Joseph. Colleagues, let me now call upon the head of the Department of Politics and International Relations. Professor Bason Zenze to officially Ngoche maningawagqibi ngene.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Colleagues, excellencies, and I think I can even say excellent colleagues to all of you. What a journey we've been on. And yet it's really only the beginning. I want to, and I'm really honored to thank all of you and to congratulate all of you in your many, many roles that you have played in the lead up to this very successful historical summit that we have hosted together. So bear with me, there's a lot of people to thank, but there's a lot of good news to share as well. So please be patient and take some notes as well. So I want to thank our esteemed partner, the African Union Southern Africa office in particular, regional office, as led by His Excellency Ambassador David Pierre and his amazing team set over there. And let's give them a round of applause, please. They reached us with this vision, and they said really only a handful of universities have hosted these summits, and none has been hosted in South Africa. And of course, being the best department in the best university in the world, we grabbed it. I want to also recognize our incredible facilitators, really talented educators, Alex, Nono, and Mr. Protocol himself, Chico. Let's please recognize them. I also want to recognize and thank Accord. We heard from Accord today, as well as yesterday with the video. They brought these two institutions together. This is really the importance of networking. I knew Dr. Andrea, we'd done some work together. We'd actually brought out a publication together with two students here who had co-written a policy brief on the Ogaden War last year, which was the 45th anniversary of the Ogaden War. And that would be Ralph and Katlego. I don't know where they're seated. And Accord was so impressed. They said, what is this university that produces people who, even at undergrad, can already write so well and so articulately, and can diagnose issues, can reflect historically, and can chart a path forward. And so they said they want to bring closer and greater cooperation with us. And so the result is what we have today. I also then, in that spirit, want to thank Advocate Dr. Vasu Kamden in his absence, Mr. Senzo Ngubane in his absence, my good friend Dr. Andrea Pra, I don't know if she's here, who, by the way, is also now a senior research associate of the department. And what that means is she will be able to supervise many of you when you get to your honors, when you get to your masters, when you get your PhDs, and want to write on topics related to conflict on the continent, which is her speciality. So let's please recognize them, even in their absence. We are also thankful for the great partnership of the Freidrich Ebert Stiftung in Addis Ababa. Now I've spent some time in Addis Ababa, and you know how you say thank you in Ethiopia, and I want us all to say it together here today. So say it with me, I'm a signal. Wonderful, wonderful. And of course, I want to thank UJ, my people, the Vice Chancellor. This summit has enjoyed great support and enthusiasm from the highest level, really, of the university. And so I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vuguza, who represented the Vice Chancellor today, the Dean, who was represented, and of course, in our home department, Mrs. Ray Israel, who is Secretary of the Year, by the way, at UJ. She's somewhere back there. And I want to also thank her and her wonderful team, including our very own Miss Sibizo. Now, Miss Sibizo is tough, but fair, isn't she? There are so many people to thank. I'm inevitably going to miss someone, but I want to thank Lesego Khomutso, who doubled as a student and as a delegate. Master student Hope, Miss Ndalama Matebula. And by the way, Miss Ndalama Matebula will be is recently employed as an assistant lecturer in the department, and she'll be teaching those of you in third year in the second semester, and is already co-teaching for those in the second year politics 2C, Africa's Defining Moments, a very legendary course, isn't it? I also want to thank David. I think he's the sole male assistant we have in the department. David is back there, very quiet. He's a PhD candidate, doing a very interesting PhD on decolonizing the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and using as his case study the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Johannesburg, who is now the Rector of the United Nations University. So soon to be Dr. David Perry. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our incredible chairs today. When they're incredible, when they and of course, our Director of Protocol, on this very august occasion, Dr. Ebulela Tagavu. You know, I wish I was a student again, just so I could go back and sit in his lectures and learn from this very well-learned and wise lecturer. I want to also thank Ms. Lebogang Ayobiojo, who handled our initial session this morning. She was excellent. I hope she's also still here. So many of us are exhausted just by organizing, isn't it? Yes, just by being part of this one 4-day event. But let me tell you, Ms. Ayobiojo puts this together almost every week. So what we've done in this space of time is really her daily work. And so we thank her. And she's also, by the way, head of the community outreach, which coordinates the volunteer system. So all these wonderful colleagues out there who've been so helpful in assisting with registration, distribution of lunch, and really anything we've been needing. So we want to thank her for being the chair today, but also for everything she's done in the lead up to this event. She's really been part of our planning committee since the very first day. So thank you very much, Lebogang. So a lot of people are behind the scenes, isn't it? The key people behind the scenes that come to mind are the technical team who have been managing everything from lighting to camera work to the broadcast of this event, to the slides when we still had slides. And so I want to thank the Visual Studio and the UJ Arts Center. They've been incredible. Yes, everything has just gone on incredibly seamlessly for the most part. Now on to you, our distinguished and esteemed participants, our excellencies, our presidents, our ministers, our ambassadors. We've been we've been on quite a journey together. We've gone through a number of steps to get here, and I want to thank you for your dedication to the summit, for your patience. It's been quite a draining process, I'm sure. So many things to submit and so many things to do at every stage. But what we've been doing really is filtering and selecting for the very best of the best, and that is you. So please, congratulations to yourselves. So in meeting with the AU-SARO delegation this week, the ambassador made the mistake of revealing that they only have a permanent staff of 4. And so the HOD in me immediately thought, can I send my students to be part of that staff, because they have a shortage. An audit said that they actually need 17 staff members. And so there is ample opportunity to be taken there. And I had a discussion with His Excellency and his team, and it was indeed agreed that we can put together many, many opportunities, because I said to him, we have many brilliant students, and I think him and his team have seen for themselves today. And on Monday, I could say you were brilliant students, but today I can also say you are not only brilliant, but you are also now well-versed in the AU's policies and procedures, isn't it? And so we'll make for excellent employees at any organization, and particularly at the African Union Southern Africa Regional Office. Doesn't that just sound fitting for all of you? And so I have 3 pledges that I want to make to all of you as I close. The first, of course, being that we are, and I must say, really, you've impressed everyone from day one, isn't it, Alex and Nono? These have been excellent students, and I'm not just saying that out of bias. So I want to say 3 pledges. The first being that the Vice Chancellor and the Ambassador are furiously signing your certificates as we speak, which will be but to sign 250 certificates takes a bit of time, and to print 250 certificates takes a bit of time. So we will organize for a reception for you to receive your certificates, your hard-earned certificates, isn't it? So that's the first pledge. The second pledge is that we are indeed putting together internship programs for you, well-decorated, brilliant, distinguished excellencies of the University of Johannesburg, and not just the University of Johannesburg, but also the Department of Politics at the University of Johannesburg. And so the AU-SARO is keen. We will be communicating on internship programs, because as I said, they made the mistake of revealing to me, who is always looking for opportunities, that they have a staff shortage. And so I thought this must be done, and so it will be done. We shall communicate. But also the Pan-African Parliament, the President very generously has invited all of you, and so we'll communicate on that to, in a sense, perform now the Pan-African Parliament in the very chambers of the Pan-African Parliament itself. The African peer review mechanism also is interested and they are creating opportunities at the moment on which I shall also communicate. We did touch on AGOS, the African Good Governance Seminar, which takes place every year, and to which we have sent a couple of our students actually. So I think some among us will add to that growing list. And these have taken place in different countries. I believe the next one is Namibia, but we shall keep you informed. Yeah, there's a lot of organizations that are just keenly looking forward to working with you. And for those of you who've been bit by the model AU bug, colleagues are also exploring ways in which you can continue to be involved, because you are now veterans. You know, you've gone through the process, you know how it works, and so you will be able to train also future students. Really, you are the first university in the country to do this, and so you have something unique to offer, and we will take advantage of your experience. Now, my third and final pledge, I wish to confirm here that everybody shall be receiving their 20%. So as a final request, to mark this historic occasion, and as I always say, if you don't photograph it, it did not happen. I would please like all of us to go out to the piazza before we have our final meal for today, and have a nice photograph, a nice family photo, 250 of my cousins. So let's go out there and take a beautiful photograph in your beautiful outfits.